Oh my God.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to ArtiFact number 25. I'm joined by Joel Parrish, and we're going to do a redux of something that we did late last year. I believe it was in November. We did a show on photography, and that was a bit of a marathon show, right? There's always a ton of photographs to get through, a ton of people to get through. So we're going to sort of do the same thing now, perhaps like a bit more contemporary stuff. There were a couple names that I had in mind that we didn't get to talk about. Some other people that Jill had in mind that we couldn't talk about just yet. So if you guys are listening to the audio podcast, for anybody that's on YouTube right now, ArtiFact Podcast is available as an audio podcast wherever you get your podcasts. But if you are currently listening on the audio podcast, I suggest that you stop and you pull up the YouTube video in the description under this individual episode. You're going to find a link directly to the video because it really doesn't make a lot of sense, right? To just hear us talking about photographs without actually seeing them, because for, I'd say, maybe 90% of the show, we're just going to be pulling up photos and discussing them. So you might want to follow along with what we're saying. So just I was preparing for the show over the past week or so, and I think there's even like better photographers this time around, at least some of them, compared to last time. I'm even more excited about this show than the last. So maybe Joe, you could take it away with introducing some of these people. You know, what came into the choices that you made in terms of, you know, who to cover, right? Because I feel like with photography, unlike with a lot of modern art, it's probably a bit easier to find examples of excellence in photography than you would in like something like painting, and definitely something like writing, right? I'm not exactly sure why that is. Maybe there's like a lot more work that reality is able to do for you, in the sense of, you know, if you have a camera, all you really need is sort of like an eye to figure out what not to include in the shot, right? Maybe there's like a bit of a less barrier to entry if you're already starting with a sort of like artistic mindset. But I don't know, it's just something that I've noticed, how easily you, Joel, are able to just like pull up what seems to me like almost random photographers, and yet so many of them are just like flat out great at what they do, right? That's not something that I would associate with modern art in general.
Yeah. Well, that's an interesting point. I think maybe photography benefits to a certain extent from just sheer volume. There's a lot of people out there taking photographs now. There, with the prevalence of something like a smartphone with a camera, there's probably a good number of younger people, especially these days, who might get an itch for it. And, you know, it's interesting that they can start to, you know, framing up parts of their world, and maybe that for more people begins to trigger, you know, thoughts of actually becoming a photographic artist. Now, a lot of the people we're going to talk about today, these are mature photographers, and some of them are dead, of course, and then some are still alive and working today, but mostly in their middle or later age. So that the point I just made may not necessarily apply to them, but I do think, you know, in the modern age, photography is just one of the most accessible art forms out there. And so more people might decide to pick up a camera than a paintbrush today. Maybe just as you carve, you know, more and more work out of that, there's more good stuff. There's also a lot more bad stuff too. You know, there's billions of images taken every day that have that are essentially worthless. So it cuts both ways. But with some of the photographers we'll go over today, a couple of them are ones we might have mentioned in the first photography episode that we either skated by completely. Their name came up, but no deeper analysis. A couple of them we did look at a few of their photos, but I told Alex I feel like it's worth a deeper examination and giving them a little bit more time. And then we do have just a crop of people we didn't talk about at all in the first episode that, to your point, Alex, are a bit more modern and contemporary. By, I guess, just by the nature of that first show, we had to go back all the way to the beginning, or we decided to, right? And just examine the origins of this art form and some of the first people to really get it off the ground. And, you know, there's great work there, but now You've got some people who are able to, really kind of gather up a good amount of the history of photography and subsume that into their own work and modernize things. So hopefully a good blend today. We've got photographers from all across the world, some of which are wildly different from one another in their approach, and that's how it should be, right? It's there's essentially infinite options here, and some of them are vibrant colorists. Some of them are exclusively black and white, and that works. Some are grand in their ambitions. Some are more intimate with what they look at, and so it goes across the spectrum. And hopefully, it's a visual treat for viewers.
Yeah, so I mean, we could just get right into some of this stuff now. I believe that the first person that we have right now is going to be the oldest, right? So Josef Sudek.
Mm-hmm.
He was a Czechoslovakian photographer, and he specialized, I guess, a bit later in some of these sort of Prague cityscapes, nightscapes. He also has some unexpectedly beautiful landscapes as well.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're just gonna go through this. I mean, do you want to introduce him? Where does he fit into photography? Can we tell whether or not he's had actual influences that we could trace? Where does he stand in this realm?
Yeah. So Sudek was he was an early 20th century to mid 20th century photographer. That's when he was in his prime. So in the 1920s, he I think he gained a little bit of commercial exposure and became somewhat known in Europe as a good photographer. Just a couple interesting personal facts about him. He was a soldier in World War I and lost his right arm in the war. I think he took a shrapnel wound, and eventually that arm had to be amputated. So he was a bit of a character, I guess, around Prague that people came to know because he would be schlepping. You can see this picture of him here with his, you can't see much of the camera, but that's a large view camera. Probably, I think he shot mostly 8-inch by 10-inch format, which is, a really large photographic negative, and it requires a big camera, big lenses, and a big tripod. And then that dark cloth that you see draped over it there. So, he was known for kind of just schlepping about the city with this huge, camera with only one arm, and just sort of a, an interesting character. But he was able to, as he progressed through his photographic life, do it all, really. I mean, he had some nice portrait work. He probably is most well known for the intimacy of some of his still life images, some of his what you could call maybe small-scape landscape images, where he would just shoot from his studio out into the garden right outside of it. I'm sure we'll look at a few of those images. He also went through one phase where he I think bought a Kodak panoramic camera, and he took kind of some wider pano shots of Prague. But he would be out at night a lot shooting, which was sort of, not unknown at the time, but not also a really common thing to do. So some of his most beautiful images of Prague are these, sort of mysterious, well-framed nighttime shots. And lastly, he was pretty hermetic, someone who was content to be devoted to his art. A lot of his friends considered him to live almost in squalor in this small shack where he, did all of his work, made his prints, took a lot of his images. That itself probably lends a little bit to some of the imagery you'll see from him, where it's these still lives that are really just of kind of almost crappy found objects around his place, just the detritus. Yeah, there you go, of his home and studio. But he was able to do those, and then he was able to do grander work with the landscapes, with some of these cathedral shots that you just scrolled by. So, a photographer of good overall vision. And the last thing I would say, before we look at more specific images, is just that he did bridge some of that first photographic movement and style with pictorialism, softer images, things that felt a little bit more obscured or atmospheric, into some of the sharper, more modern takes where, these punchy, sharp images of reality became more popular through the mid-century. So his imagery has a little bit of all of that thrown into it, and he influenced a lot of photographers afterward, for sure.
Yeah. I remember he had a series called Labyrinths, which was just kind of like shots of his own work area.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Personally, seeing some of those shots makes me wonder, how can someone work under such conditions? But I mean, a lot of, when it comes to like various artists, their minds are wired very, very differently. Obviously, some people actually are very into clutter, right? As long as it's organized in their own specific kind of way.
Mm-hmm.
And when you think of like some of them are individually like very nicely titled, such as, again, Labyrinths. It does sort of speak to something that's going on in the mind. Here's a one shot that, I guess this one's even bigger, oddly enough, but here's one that I thought was particularly just like very, very well done. Before you even get to, I guess like some of the specifics of the photography itself, when I was alluding to earlier, this idea that lots of people that get into photography, if you have an artistic eye, you could sort of allow the reality around you to do a lot of the work for you simply by subtracting things from that reality that don't, belong in a shot, that don't necessarily add up to whatever summation that you want to go for. And this to me is like is a prime example of this. So, if you could just imagine, you could be walking down the street and you're thinking, what would make for a good photo? What elements do I want to be in there, right? And I mean, immediately you get some of the stuff, right? So first of all, there's a tree here that takes up a lot of the space. It's sort of moving in various directions. It's kind of wispy. It has a quality to it that is very just like starkly, at odds with some of the other stuff going on with this photo. So you think, okay, so if I have this tree, what do I want to use it as, in terms of like an offset, or have something else offset it? And immediately the thing that I thought of was, well, look at, the stairs, right? This kind of like, this like stony structures here and the railing. This is, like more neatly geometrical. It's much more, it's obviously, human intervention. You have these sharp lines, these sharp diagonals. You have maybe a little bit of a curvature that refract a little bit what's going on with the tree, but it is kind of, it is a stark difference to the kind of fluidity that we have with the tree, right? So just putting these elements together, without even necessarily knowing maybe some of the ins and outs technically of photography, that you're sort of creating an image that at a minimum, there are some interesting parts that play off of one another, right? I do think also that it's interesting that when it comes to this, geometric space at the bottom, you have the one and only street lamp that is just kind of like very crisp and real, right? And then the further back that you go, the more things become a bit blurred, the more things are just kind of like part of this background, like, all the way in the back, right? We have what seems to be reflections either in water or in snow, right? Probably water.
Yeah, I think it's along the river. Yeah.
Yeah. And they're getting sort of, blurrier and blurrier, more kind of like a little bit of either like a little bit of a cityscape lights, or, perhaps like a bit of a fairy tale quality, putting all this together. Because I mean, a lot of what he's doing, right, in Czechoslovakia, it will lend itself to this idea of, modernity against maybe like jutting against some sort of fairy tale quality, right? I mean, the Prague is still sort of like that, I guess, in many respects, as are many, older European cities. But I mean, even before, again, like before you even truly understand like technically what's going on in photography, you could sort of tell, right, why this would work, right? You could walk down the street and you could see something like this, and your mind, like if you're a photographer, it ought to click that, these are the elements that go well together, and I need to make sure that I'm leaving out enough that those other things are not overwhelming, what I want to say, or what the photograph needs to say.
Right. Yeah, and so those are good points, and I think that with cityscapes in particular, this is a challenging thing to do. A lot of any given frame in a city can become overcrowded really easily, and so to subtract out is a bit of a challenge. In a composition like this, he obviously helps himself by using a horizon line and a fair amount of the sky. It's maybe 60% of the way up the image from the bottom, and so it allows that tree to come into relief, mostly in that upper third. But yeah, there's so many nice compositional elements to something like this. The jutting of the lines, right? Kind of the zigzag of this one on the right-hand side with the stone wall behind the house coming toward us. Those mimic each other nicely. Then the railing, down at the bottom, as you said, that curvature kind of mimics the curvature of that drooping branch. There's a lot of different things you could point out. Even the reflection of the ironwork on the bottom left quadrant, where, like you said, that one bright street lamp that is kind of a little sharper and crisp, it nicely kind of projects those curving shadows onto the sidewalk there in the bottom left, and just gives it a final nice touch. So yeah, this is a nice cityscape for sure. I mean, basically I think for his cityscape nighttime twilight style, you'd call it maybe the quintessential image of that from him. So
a couple things that what you said, when you said, for example, that you could easily have an overcrowded cityscape. So maybe not everyone really gets it, right? Like, so why would that be bad, right? Like, that's not just like a sort of subjective comment that we're making. Like, why would an overcrowded cityscape just like not really work artistically more often than not?
Yeah, well, I think that you would never say that it never works, right?
Yeah, of course not. You can't.
Yeah, there are examples where it does, and we'll get to some photographers in our lineup today who I think can show you, examples of where that does work a bit. But I think if you were to, for example, just take your typical, documentary style street photographer today, or even of the past few decades, as more and more of the world's focus became, the build out and expansion of urban areas. If you just pick like a random photographer from New York City, and they're going to go, to a street corner or Times Square or something, and just start, snapping kind of candid shots around. For me, there are some of those photographers that make it work, but a lot of the time you just end up with a sea of sameness, right? I mean, it's very difficult, I think, to parse out any photographers in that style where, for me, I've ever been like, that person really got it. They did it extremely well. I gravitate to their work. I can pick out elements of, of great work, and then someone else where it doesn't work. There are photographers that I guess are in the pantheon, right, and they get considered better in that space, and maybe occasionally I can see what they're going for, but a lot of the time, to me, I'm like, listen, so and so might be a name, but if you put their work right next to another photographer doing kind of the same thing, and you didn't have names on them, you didn't tell me which was which, I'm not sure I could tell you, whose work is whose, because it's not that differentiated. If you pick someone like a Vivian Maier that we talked about in the prior episode, who was primarily a street photographer, she did a great job of cutting the clutter in a place like Chicago or New York, right? And she picked really really excellent subjects where the focus is on that thing. So yeah, if I guess my summary statement would be, for an image like this, where you can look at it and sort of say all at once, oh, that's a nice cityscape. He did a great bit of work there. this could go wrong in so many different ways. He's at the perfect vantage point to get all these different elements to kind of pop in their own way, yet form a cohesive image. If he were down on the riverfront, you don't get this. There might be a good image down there too. Who knows? But you've really got to be selective, in a more crowded space. So,
yeah. And I mean, he does a bunch of other things too. I mean, like even something like this, right? It's just, this is something that could be, depending on which quadrant you look, like very much like an abex quality, but you get enough of what's going on at the top, right, to know that this is probably some part of a fence or a gate. There is like some kind of entrance or some kind of tree, right? There is some sort of stone column, right? You get enough of that could actually stabilize the image. And I feel like this is sort of like underappreciated, right? If you could do enough work, either as a writer or as a painter or as a photographer or whatever, to stabilize some sort of image, to give it kind of like maybe like a deeper, foundation or meat or underlying point, you actually open up a lot of opportunity to sort of like do whatever else you want to do, right? That is more kind of like off the beaten path, right? I feel like with a lot of pure abex, you get the sense of like, well, I want to do something new. I want to do something different. I want to do things that aren't routinely done. And these are all admirable qualities. These are all admirable aims. But in the quest for, the new, losing this kind of like foundation that we have here, it's also going to give you a lot less opportunity to, in like non-dubious fashion, do some of this other stuff that you might want to otherwise do, right? To push the envelope in this or that way. And I think this photograph shows that kind of well.
Yeah, right. Because the alternative, if it was going to be a purely abstract image, would be to tilt the camera down another, however many degrees, and just have like the black base portion and a little bit of that lighter upper portion where you can still tell maybe that it's condensation or something, but there's no actual figurative presence in the image, right? You could envision that, just a 70% black grainy image, and then a 30% top lighter part of the image, and that would be purely abstract. It could come from the same place in his studio that this did. I'm pretty sure this is a courtyard shot of his, from the studio out into that area. So yeah, this is more successful because there's some representation there. There's something that might happen or has just happened, or it's simply just an important place and space for him that he wants to yet not show you in a completely crisp, detailed fashion. So yeah, keep going.
Well, do you want to talk about anyone? Because like there's some other ones with like fog or condensation.
Yeah,
I mean, he does condensation very well.
Yeah.
Right. This is a very nice set of contrasts here.
Yeah. So we can do this one, and then there's a couple just a little further up the page that we could talk about. But yeah, this is kind of a combination, still life, landscape a little bit, again, out his window, looks like some laundry hanging on the lines out there. And, I wouldn't necessarily call this a great image. It's beautiful. There's a lot of nice tonality, contrast in here. He's got I guess it looks like vegetables or fruits. He's got the glasses. He's got some of that detritus from the studio. Even in the very bottom there's a figurative photograph of somebody, maybe a family member or friend or something, that kind of sneaks in there. That's a nice touch. But yeah, this is almost split 50-50 between the outside world and the inside world. And he does this quite a bit, in these kind of images, probably to a certain extent emblematic of how he felt, right? Partly this person who wants to go out into the world or has been in the world, been injured in a war. The outside world is maybe beautiful yet harsh, or a concern for him in some way. he's wants to kind of stay inside in part as well, and he says there's things in here that could interest me or interest somebody else. So that's another pretty classic Sudek style image, and today, I mean, that's imitated a ton. There's plenty of images like that. So yeah, let's look real quick at the cathedral one, because you sent this to me in your show notes. So interesting that he applies some of the same approach to the intimate image we just saw in his studio to something like this, right? So this looks like a cathedral maybe under repair or under construction, and he goes back into the recesses of this alcove, and says, oh, there's first of all great light out there, and maybe the main narthex or wherever that is, and so you've got the beautiful shafts of light coming in, but he goes and abstracts some of this away by receding into the shadows and getting these what you called mock ruins, and maybe they are, maybe it's a part that's being taken out, maybe it's stones that are going to go in. We don't know, but it's a nice touch to have these kind of ominously looming there in the foreground, and then yet there is this somewhat completed grand majestic space beyond that's in the light. So some of the same principles apply to a much broader, grander kind of subject. I call them mock ruins because you don't know exactly what's going on, right? This could be my guess, first of all, is that there is some sort of repair going on. And, it's interesting because the only way that you could sort of time this image, other than the fact that it's a photograph, right? It has to have come in the last a couple of hundred years. But beyond that, the only portion here that really lets you sort of put a time on it is, we have these like lines that are probably there as part of some kind of ongoing repair. Mm-hmm. Right. Like if you've seen enough of these, whether it's like, the constantly do repairs, for example, at the Parthenon, like it always like tends to sort of look like that. And, so in the back, right, like if you're here and this is all just part of some sort of a repair, like the image doesn't necessarily say that, though, right? Like this could be something that is like, cathedral detritus. This could be something that has toppled over. This could be building blocks from years and years ago that haven't yet been used, right? Just in terms of lighting, right? It is interesting to have something that is essentially like two columns of shadow, and here you have something that is so bright right in the middle. It becomes the focus, despite it not being necessarily the bulk of the photo. And then, the bottom of the stones themselves, it's alternating, right? You have all the various tones that you start with the columns, like they're almost sort of, being fed into and from all the kind of range of colors that we get here, right? We have some of the same kind of like direct light, right? This is probably, more or less the same hue that we get here, right? Mm-hmm. Some of these are just as dark as the columns. And also just like in terms of, setting a mood, right? Setting a tone, putting you somewhere temporally, right? In this kind of like in between space of there's something archaic about all this, and yet there's also something modern going on. The ruins or the mock ruins, they speak to any number of classical themes, and yet there's a lot of other stuff that you could get from it that has little to do with those themes as well. So just a lot of like variety going on in some of his cathedral shots, like same thing here, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
A similar kind of idea, right? You have like the brightest points in the front. The column here happens to be one of the darkest spots in the entire photo, despite the fact that it's like so heavily sandwiched by the light. And I mean, it is logical. There's nothing like illogical about it. But like again, if you're walking through one of these places, you want to think like, well, if this is a photograph, right? If this is going to capture just kind of like baseline reality in some way, right? Even if I don't do any kind of editing to it, what is potentially interesting? What is somehow that is like different or arresting, because you can't just willy-nilly take random shots of random things. You have to have, a hand that curates and selects, right? And one of the things that I would think, just walking through here, is, isn't that an interesting kind of dynamic going on, right? We have the biggest rays of light, the brightest points here that are kind of sandwiching one of the darker spots of the photo. These are some of the things that you'd want to potentially think about, right, when you're making your photographic choices, right, in terms of what to leave in and what to leave out.
Right. Yeah, and he, in these images, and who knows how many he took total in this cathedral or cathedrals in general over his career, but just a final interesting note that he never gives you the satisfaction of a straight-on shot to the altar or anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is like what most people want or anticipate wanting when they go into a cathedral, is that view that's just right in front of you with all the columns leading, eventually up to that front space that's supposed to be whatever, right? Spiritual, awe-inspiring, whatever the goal is. But, he's very clear in these two images we've looked at to show you this cathedral as a work of humankind, right? There's work being done, there's lines, there's workmen, here in this image. There's, looks like, sawhorses or tables where tools are spread out. It's kind of interesting that he's showing you very clearly, this is something that is man-made. It was our work before. We've got to keep working on it. And typically these kind of structures for religious people, especially, there's kind of this element of grandiosity, or it's supposed to mimic the halls of heaven or something like that would be God-made. And he's very careful here to show us the human elements to all of this. So but again, just very nice use of light, contrast. It's a beautiful picture for sure. Scroll up a little bit.
Oh, up. Okay.
Or hold on. I think it's down, actually. Sorry, go down, because I want to look at a couple more of these apple tree images, and these right here.
Yeah.
So he did variations on a theme with this apple tree out in the garden. Unfortunately, it doesn't get all that big with any one of them, but hopefully viewers can see. This looks like maybe a multiple seasons take on it, but I was just reading this morning, and I have a European photographer's book here on the desk with me that has a few more images of his that I can just kind of show in front of the camera. But I was reading that, for him, this particular tree out in the garden became symbolic of himself, and, kind of this shriveled, a little bit, craggy, sort of, nondescript or broken looking tree that yet yielded fruit. And he loved springtime, I guess, is his favorite season. So, every spring when that apple tree would blossom, it kind of gave him new hope, new vigor for his work, whatever. And I just thought that was nice. It's not like it's necessarily super groundbreaking as a metaphor or image, but it shows an artist's mindset in a way, right? That many people might extrapolate something like that, from springtime in general. It's obviously, across all cultures and times, time of regeneration and whatever. But for him, he's like, well, that's not enough. I need to make images of this tree that I project myself into. And it's kind of near and dear to him. So you can see, like, in that upper left image, pretty just straight ahead exposure. But the one, I think, to the right of it looks like in winter time with some snow out there, and the condensation on the bottom half is very nice. The one below that in the bottom right, again, this time with the condensation on top, and the snow kind of melting, just nice variations on a theme. And again, just very much right in the center of his style and the way that he approached these things.
Let's see what else. Are there any specific ones that I want to discuss? But I mean, a lot of this has, so these are some of the more kind of when he did these like wider panorama shots.
And these are nice, a little bit more straight ahead,
Yeah.
Documentary. I think he was just kind of enamored with the technology of the camera that allowed him to do this. Just a different aspect ratio, obviously, for him to compose in.
It is both odd and I think kind of telling that these kind of slightly more conventional cityscape style shots were the things that he became most famous for, right? These like really like long, and some of this other kind of like more subtle material doesn't really get discussed all that much.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, there might be one or two more landscapes on this page that are worth looking at. Yeah, this is a nice one. And an approach like this, you can see the influence that, and I don't have any way to know this for sure, but whether directly or indirectly, that would have had on someone like an Ansel Adams, who really came to prominence a couple decades later, right? And going out into the natural world and using certain things to obscure with the mist here, but beautiful light. When we get to Hengki Koentjoro later, it's certainly, you can see the influence in some of his work in forests in particular, but these are nice. And that one there, the bottom one, has always felt to me kind of like a slice of a Caspar David Friedrich or Frederick Edwin Church painting, something that has kind of this sinister aspect to it, yet also grand and just sort of taking a cut out of nature and showing its beauty and its degradation and these kind of things. And I think that's a pretty nice image there. And again, a little bit pushing the envelope, because some photographers would have maybe thought to do this. I'm sure there were others that had similar images, but a lot of the time the aim at this time in photographic history was just the grand, beautiful image. How much beauty can we pack into one landscape photo and kind of show it. And here he decides to cut out a smaller piece of something that might not be, inherently beautiful, but is certainly how nature is. So
yeah, at the bottom he has I guess some of these like more kind of like sort of technical shots, but in terms of like landscapes, he has like, for example, something like this. Right. This is more kind of like, I think from, what is it, like the 70s or so, something like that. Like you said, it's not conventional beauty. Right. But this is, a beauty of a different form. Right. We have, like the horizon is literally just the entire, half vertical. At the top, it's this, it's clouds, but there's just like a little bit of pollution in the back.
Yeah,
a little bit of these like withering trees. And here, if you want to get close up, you do get these close ups of the trees to let you know what it's like. And it's almost as if they're getting progressively more and more stunted. Right. That could be simply an issue of perspective, but it could also be something that very well might be happening. And then you have this stuff on the water, right, which you can't 100% tell what it is, which is honestly all for the better, given the kind of like, I guess, more nuanced things that this is saying, right? You sort of want something like this going on, right?
Yeah, this is very nice. It looks like an ink drawing, like a Rembrandt or one of those kind of.
And also Chinese landscape. I mean, you have plenty of like water landscapes that have little bits of debris in the water that are sort of communicated by this kind of like stippling effect, right? And you often very much have trees that are almost being celebrated for their starkness, right? For the fact that they are bare. Right. Whereas like for some of the other photographers we're going to look at, it's going to be the exact opposite, right? The celebration comes from the other direction, from the lushness. There's also exactly. And there's also some of the I guess more in vein of what we were showing, right? More of this kind of I guess there's like less of the condensation effect, but still this is a very interesting use of water, like in the sense that this very much feels like it could be a photo that's taken underwater, right? In terms of how things are, almost like swaying a little bit, how the light is slicing through water. It's something that would often look like this kind of dispersal, right? Once you hit water, and it causes that kind of dispersion. But of course, like, the fact that we have the actual drops of condensation on the little branches and stuff themselves, right? It lets you know that this is, everything else is just kind of like a bit of it's a bit of a, kind of like a red herring, right? It's making you think of it, right? It's giving you that supposition in your mind, right? It's making you work with that kind of underwater assumption, but it's not really what's happening. And yet still, it's, the bits and pieces, I really enjoy, and it's not just photography, right? It's also in writing, where you have just bits and pieces and hints, right, of a certain kind of narrative that either, wants to get built, or something that's being said. And yet, instead of being given that, you might be given, the reality of like the opposite. And yet you still have the hints left over, right? That still work on your mind, right? That still, force you to kind of like go through this puzzle or this riddle. So a lot of his like best work with like water and light and condensation does have that quality.
It does. And this image is a very good example of strong use of line. We talked about that, I think, with Alfred Stieglitz in the last episode, especially with The Hand of Man, that image where the train is coming by and the smoke's billowing out. We talked about the train tracks and just some of the ways he composed that image. But, this is obviously a much more cropped in, intimate kind of image. But between the backlit nature of the plant, and so those lines of the branches just come through as more or less black for us, and they're pretty strongly in relief against that light that's coming in. But even his placement and use of the chairs and the curvature of the back of the chairs is kind of disorienting, because, to your point, at first when you immediately pull this up, it feels kind of warped or distorted somehow. But the closer you look at it, you realize, no, it's really just a random collection of different things that I'm familiar with in life, trees, a pot, plant branches. But the way that he composed this and exposed it contributes to that somewhat disoriented feeling.
The lines might be doing the kind of distortion in the same way that if you look at, use of line in some like Cezanne still lifes, you would get a feeling of either like multiple perspectives and also like this like de facto distortion. So I'm guessing that might be exactly why it's also happening here, right? As it gets closer and further away from you. These lines would have an effect. I mean, you also get, some of the mirroring, where like the chairs are similar in some of the curvature that we're getting, right? So they're all kind of like adding to that total effect. So this is an example of one of his still lifes, right? And he titled it Still Life After Caravaggio, right? Yeah. And you get a bunch of things here. You have these are probably peacock feathers. Yeah. And I'm guessing this is like one of those like Dutch style wooden shoes.
Looks like it, yeah.
Like one of the clogs that you wear like around the house or whatever. And it's like these almost there is probably something like a little bit like anti-symbolic about all this, right? You can't really point to a specific thing that's being said. This may very well be just like a purely technical or compositional exercise, and yet even from that perspective, like it's done very well. Like, so in terms of like creating lines or whatever, we have the wood of the shelf here that it's not a straight line. The way that it's tilted is it's going further down, so everything is sort of like has this kind of like a slightly off kilter feel, right? But you would have to like specifically look at the side to know that this is what's going on. You have this a strong, kind of like ray of light coming here. Everything else is dark and on top. Yep. I like I said earlier, like I do find it interesting when we have compositions such as a very kind of like overwhelming form of light, and yet you get some of the central elements still like essentially in the dark, right? Like this one here off to the side, or this one up here, almost like completely blackened simply by the direction that we are being hit. And this does, I mean, like in terms of like after Caravaggio, like I think there are some obvious sort of similarities that we could get. So we have the same sort of a big sort of chunk of light that works not only for illumination, but also specifically to darken a lot of what else is going on, right? This is this is another reason why you would have lighting. You have this stone table or whatever it is, again, similar kind of quality, right? We're going to offset some of the expectations and maybe like more linear lines, or maybe more kind of balanced perspectives in something that is it's sort of coming at you here. Here's the closest point. It's warped there. It's broken here, and you can't like easily derive some sort of symbols from here. Like I know that a lot, for example, has been written about this painting, right, in terms of like trying to figure out what it means, but that's probably the wrong approach to take. Like it's the same kind of, and I think like viewing it from the perspective of a photograph, and also that's titled that way, and you start making these like comparisons and contrasts, you do start to understand just overall why certain kinds of artistic choices are going to get made. I'm not sure if you have anything you want to say about either the painting or this still life after Caravaggio.
Not a whole lot. I think that as far as photographic still lifes go, it's a pretty nice still life. I mean, it seems like he just sort of tried to compile some elements together from around his place that he thought would look interesting. And to your point, maybe it was partly designed as a technical exercise to see how he could get contrast to work and how things would play off of that shell versus the lamp behind or whatever. I mean, we talked in the first show about somewhat painting versus photography, and I do think that still lives in particular are one space where painting just really is pretty far out in front. It's a personal opinion, but when you think about the amount of work it would have taken for Caravaggio to paint that still life, there's really no comparison. I mean, he's of course also painting with a rich palette of colors and working there in his studio to put all that together. But I think the painting is the far superior artwork in these kind of cases, because just speaking personally, it's pretty easy as a photographer to just grab a few things, put them on a table, wait for some good light or create good light, and collect that image. It's not to say it's not maybe worthwhile, but just if you're going to put them on a scale, I mean, this is a much more difficult thing to pull off here with Caravaggio's color rate. It's still nice use of chiaroscuro and different techniques with the lighting and everything, but I guess Sudek was just trying to go through the paces there, in a way with the photographic still life. It's satisfying to look at, but one thing I was thinking when I was like preparing for the show is, in general, I would say that the caliber of still life when it comes to photography, it does tend to be a bit lower, right? Because you are often left with this thought of like, well, so what? Right. I think like later on where we're going to look at Francesca Woodman, she does do a couple of still lifes that I think are more interesting. Right. But that's because, okay, so like if you're going to do a still life, you probably should take some of the advantages that photography provides over painting. So like someone like Francesca Woodman or whoever else, they could add this element of like a time lapse, right? Yes.
to it, right? Or they could do something else, right? That is very specific to how photography would function, because you need a way to subvert some of the expectations that come along with just doing like a photographic still life, right? Because I think very often what ends up happening is you get either like a almost like purely technical exercise like this. I mean, even like the background, like having the still life against this kind of wall, right? There is a crispness and texture that you could get there that you wouldn't necessarily get even from like a really good painting, right? So that is an example of an advantage, but still it sums up to a technical exercise. And I like when I see like photographic still lifes, my brain just like tends to like shut down a little bit, because I feel almost like I'm being like what you alluded to earlier, like there is this kind of manipulation quality. That it's not to say that art in general doesn't have manipulation involved, like it obviously has to have, right? You are curating as a photographer, everything goes in and out, but the difference is that there's also at the tail end of this kind of technical manipulation, there's this looming question of like, so what, right? And that's because I know that question is there and it's difficult to answer. I don't find photographic still lifes usually to be that satisfying to begin with. But you mentioned that you have some photographs of his that you want to show through books. You have some ready?
Yeah, I do. I mean, it's just a couple brief ones. And they're somewhat similar to things we already looked at. I mean, this one here is, another still life. It's just a piece of bread and a glass of water. And in a way, I think a still life like that almost does a little bit more than the one we just looked at. It's so spare. And I don't know if it really shows up on the camera, but like you can see when you look closer that there's like residue inside the glass. You can see all of the pock marks or the pieces of the bread that are, just they're not dense. They're little pieces that are, cut out. You can see the texture of the table, the scratch marks on it. I'm assuming this was just his work table or dining table, that every day in, day out, he was at, and, the glass of water is drawn down to like maybe the final few gulps of it, kind of an interesting choice instead of being full. So, that's almost a more successful still life to me, in a way, really stripping things down to some of the bare basics. And even to your point, it would be, not to say it couldn't be done, but it'd be pretty difficult to create, that texture of the residue that's in the glass, as a painting, whereas photography can apprehend that immediately. It's easy to do. So that one was kind of interesting. And then, this is just a nice big version of, again, one of those apple tree, in condensation out his window. Yeah, that's maybe one of the prettiest ones that he did. So, I mean, there's maybe a couple others from him sprinkled in here, but not that we didn't already basically look at in what you showed. So, I think that's probably good for Sudek. We could move on.
So there's this painter, right? I did not realize that he started as a photographer, right? This Polish painter, Beksiński. I hopefully I'm pronouncing the name right. Polish and Russian are different enough, but he's definitely much more well known for his paintings, right? Like this is typically what he would be associated with. Right. And, it's these kind of like surrealist paintings, right? Often like landscapes, often creatures that are, I guess, kind of like modernized versions of what we get from a, from like a Bosch or whatever. Yeah. Right. Those are kind of like, those creatures are much more kind of like, almost like archetypes in a sense, but the ways that these are just made to be so much more specific, right? He's very, he really kind of like hones in on some of the details. I have like one pulled up of this, fantastical structure of some sort. I mean, this is
a cathedral. It looks like,
It's a little bit of a low res of a painting, but I'm sure if you were to see this like up close, you would just see, you know, like tons and tons of details going into making whatever this might represent, you know, as an archetype, just much more specific and real, right? And this is one of the things that I appreciate about his work. You know, like Dali, I guess, is also, you know, a surrealist, but I wouldn't necessarily call Dali very grim, right?
Right.
Whereas,
More playful and
yeah,
satirical a lot of the
yeah,
time. Yeah.
and I mean, there is some, you know, there's definitely like playfulness in what he does, but it's definitely of a different sort, right?
Yeah.
It's less of a playful smile, right? But
Yeah.
he
It's more
actually,
nightmarish and
yeah.
horror driven. Yeah.
And I mean, he started as a photographer, and when I started looking at his photography, you know, it's interesting because first of all, it's more or less, I think, almost as good as the paintings, and you know, some of the individual photographs I think are just flat out just great photographs to begin with. And I just want to play this video first. It's going to be a few photographs that people could sort of see for themselves. And I think one of the interesting things about the video is, first of all, that the music is well chosen in terms of how it supports the photos. The photos meld into one another slowly. But as that happens, since you're only beginning with like a hint of a new photo, when it fully materializes, you understand like, oh, wow, like those individual choices that I didn't see before because they were materializing, they're so critical to make the shot work. So I think it's an interesting kind of like technical exercise. Like if you want to just sort of, you know, understand how can I, how can I make some of these choices myself in my own art? You know, what would be an example of like a stark admission or a dismissal, right, from like a frame or like whatever it is that I might be doing. So anyway, this is an interesting video as like a little introduction to it. Do you have anything you want to say like about this one or um
I probably would actually have more to say about the first one. I
mhm.
mean, this is a nice, nice portrait,
Yeah.
beautiful choice to like crop in so close, and that man's face is interesting to look at. Um, it's an interesting first two images to kick off with because we completely annihilate the face in this one and then only focus on the face in the second one. But um, yeah, again, this was something that when it came around, I mean, I just don't know that the photographic world had really seen much like this.
Yeah.
To just go ahead and he either I don't really. I'm trying to think in my mind right now about how he might have created something like this because he could have basically cut a piece of paper that would have because I'm assuming he didn't destroy the negative is the assumption I'm going with. Maybe he did, but he could have had this nice standard little portrait of this person and then gone ahead and created a piece of paper that would preserve a lot of the outside of the head, but then just keep exposing so that it would blacken the center. I mean, it's to the point that we don't even know if this is a woman or a man or a young boy or young girl. I mean, it's
Mhm.
yeah, it's just an interesting choice and quite simple, right? I mean, it just goes to show that simple techniques can be effective. There's not a whole lot of difficulty do something like this, but
Yeah.
I haven't seen other photographers before him that were going for this kind of thing.
One thing that's interesting that you could tell already from these first two images alone is the fact that okay, so if this is an artist that is interested in surrealism and these kinds of both like landscapes as well as figures, painting, you know, like when you think about what are the differences, well, painting allows you to really indulge, you know, all of these kinds of feelings that you have, right? All these like thoughts that you have, all these you know, possible scenarios and images that you might have in your head in the most kind of extreme way possible, right? But with photography, he's like, all right, how can I do something similar? Okay, let me rip out, right, this you know, piece from the photograph, right? Or like, you know, with this a photo of this man, you know, you don't need to make some sort of monster necessarily, right? You don't need to show old age or whatever else, you know, as some kind of over the top symbol. You could simply do a close up like this, right? Do a mixture of capturing not only you know, all the details of like an old and weathered face, but also the extreme contrast, right? And this is a little bit low res. I'm sure the original photo is even much more crisp, right? You would see these like total contrasts of color, right? And it's the same kind of thematic material you're able to comb over, you know, in this way, right? Without necessarily indulging those other, you know, more over the top thoughts or feelings that you have, which, you know, it's not necessarily like better or worse, but again, like when you're thinking about like, well, what is the commonality between one good work of art and a different work of art in completely different mediums? Like these are the kinds of questions that you would be, you know, thinking about. So like, let's just see how this transforms. I just thought when I first saw this one, like, you know, when it was first like forming, when I was watching this video, I didn't know exactly what we would get, partly because it very unexpectedly ends in a face that is blacked out, right? And this light turns out to be actually the top of the head. And I mean, I think this is a fantastic photograph. I really was blown away by the quality of the photos. You know, like usually when artists, you know, work in multiple mediums, it's like, okay, they tend to be like really good at one thing and they tend to be like okay or even worse at something else. You know, I think this is a flat out great photo, right? By any metric.
Yeah. And you know, this reminds me a bit of someone like an Edward Steichen, you know, the way he approached some of his portraiture to but this takes it to the next degree. Right. Steichen, I'm trying to recall. I mean, I don't think I can think of any of his images where literally the face is so obscured by darkness that you don't now know who it is. In his case, he was very well known and renowned. So he's taking photographs of well-known figures, right? JP Morgan hires him to come take his portrait. And maybe it was like the only person he ever sat for or something like that. Right. So he's obviously going to make sure you still kind of know who it is or if it's a president or whatever. But in this case, I don't know that this was any well-known man. It seems to me probably like the same man from the photograph just before.
Yeah, it could be.
His ears, you know, seem kind of have the same shape and whatever. But, you know, he does the same thing in this image as he did in the first image, but with light alone. And the subtlety of darkness rather than tearing out a hole, you know, in the middle of the face. So it's a different way to accomplish the same thing. But yeah, again, a really good image here. So you can keep going.
Yeah. this is also a good one. I think another good thing about some of his kind of like more kind of portrait photos is his subjects. You know, I'm not sure if he cued them or whatever it might be. Their expressions are always kind of unconventional, right? You can't easily put a read in what they're thinking, right? What they're maybe what they're about to say. And you know that is also kind of like an important feature. Also, you know, just some unexpected things, like you wouldn't necessarily expect an eyebrow to look like this, but I'm guessing also it was strictly through the use of lighting and darkness, right? And these contrasts. I mean, look at the way that eye, you know, is the only thing that's sort of visible there in just a corner, right? The pupil is kind of, you know, being swallowed up. You know, I mean, there's always a lot of stuff that you could say about this.
Yeah, I agree. Well done.
Yeah.
Portrait.
One of the things that I've noticed now, like after like rewatching this, is the fact that this video is crafted in a way where the photos meld into one another. Oftentimes, like the melding is of elements that you would otherwise like expect, like, you know, when the candles start, that's, you know, that could be like a stand-in for two eyes, right? When these like white threads or whatever they are started, that was also sort of like taking place of hair, right? But here it's kind of like a de facto, like almost kind of like a little bit of hair itself, right? So like if you expect this to be somewhat surrealist or whatever, this thing that would ordinarily be hair, okay, we're going to cover it up with this with this scarf or whatever is being worn, and maybe we will add, you know, these other elements, right? These lines coming down. So we're going to force the viewer into sort of like maybe accepting this idea of hair, putting it, you know, somewhere in their, you know, heads, right? This expectation, and the subversion will come with what they actually get, right? They sort of get what they expect a little bit, but only by implication, and everything else is it's like the more unique touch that's being given the photo.
I don't think I've ever seen this image of his. But I think it's interesting. 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 But yeah, this one's interesting. I mean, in my opinion, this one compared to the others is a little bit overwrought, just because the wide-eyed, crazed look. I mean, it's obviously contrived.
Mm-hmm.
They would have been given direction to be expressed in that way. And then the way that these lines come in and superimpose over is kind of interesting, but I don't think it's quite as well done as these sort of effects that he uses in some other images that we'll probably look at in a minute once either in the rest of this video or once the video is over. But but your point is accurate about the way the person put this video together. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, and I mean it does, like whether or not it's effective, there's still, you get the sense of like, well, technically that is what's going on, right? You want some sort of, like the viewer will get a set of expectations. How do you exactly play with that again and again, right? And at a minimum, like something of that is happening here. So. Perhaps like a bit more of a like conventional sort of like if you look at some of the, I forget his name, who did that book of photography, The Americans.
Frank. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, you get plenty of examples of stuff like this, right? Just like a really, like a classically good portrait, right? That perhaps like hits, if not upon the essence of the subject, then whatever essence is being added to it by implication, right? So you wouldn't necessarily expect stuff like this from him, but you get plenty. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, this is another nice one that's still somewhat conventional, fairly straightforward, but just good use of light, good use of a little bit of softening to not have it just be a super sharp standard portrait. But that's probably about it.
Would you see if there's anything in this one? Yeah, similar kind of idea, I guess.
Nice choice here to take all the light out of the eyes.
Yeah,
right. You would have to pose the sitter in just such a way to be able to do that. So this again, like the one earlier with that man whose face is completely dark. This probably be top lighting, and coming down. So. Good stuff. Is that the last one in this compilation?
In the video, and here we get just kind of like more of the photography itself, and just like to touch on what I said earlier, like in terms of So this one stuck out to me, especially just in terms of his painting, right? Because again, going back to this idea of surrealism, right, and painting allows you to intensify those things in a way that maybe pure photography can't. So like if you're in the realm of like pure photography and you have a sitter, right, and you want to make something either grim or scary or surreal or like even something in the middle of all those categories, you could, like we just saw, you could set them up in a way where you drain all the color out of their eyes, and there you go. You have like a Beksiński painting right already there. Or like you could add some actual, again, physical elements from your everyday reality, such as a mirror, and end up with similar effects. So you have, on the one hand, clearly, this is in terms of like getting away from like pure abstraction, you have clearly a woman that's sitting down, right? She is holding the mirror herself. Her breasts are covered, but what you do get is you get a reflection of the legs, right? And oddly enough, like some of the specifics that are like the unreflected reality, like here, you have like maybe some of the veins, right? You have some maybe a little bit of signs of age. That doesn't necessarily come out in the mirror, right? You get the kind of black slit here that also is this kind of like it adds to this like element of surrealism, even though you could of course explain exactly in precise terms why it's there, right? She's sitting there, that's the lighting, the mirror is occluding all that. But this is the kind of reflection that you would expect just if you were to just look at one of his paintings, right? This is the kind of thing that would happen. And I just find the technique interesting because if you're comparing the paintings to the photographs, you are again in the position where you have to understand how the two cohere, right? How could they work together? And what are the differences? Like, what are the individual strengths? What are the individual weaknesses? What can I do in one medium that I can't do in another? Or rather, what can I more easily do in one medium that I can't do with another, even if I want to cover, much of the same territory, right? And I think, this does it pretty well. And people that still have a hard time with things like surrealism, right? Because they feel like, although it's like representational, it's still too abstracted to make sense. Like you could look at the photography and perhaps get more out of it for that reason.
Yeah, let's look at a couple others of his as well. This one reminds of Andrei Kertész, who we covered in the last episode, right, where he had that whole series with the Funhouse mirror, which was mostly female nudes, but very much abstracted and warped and changed based on different things. So just really quick, the lady with the hat that's staring up into the sun. This one is mostly interesting to me because it's so different from the mood and attitude of most of his stuff. I'm wondering kind of what he was going for and thinking on this day, because this looks like a fashion shot, right? Or like an advertisement almost. It's still better than that. I think it's got some interest to it, but just like this image of someone who seems to be quite happy and is, relaxing or just enjoying, the sunshine. I don't know, it just kind of stood out to me because it's different from this darker, more sinister mood that he has in a lot of other things. But let's go back to the gallery. There were a couple others that I think I'd want to highlight. So, he's got this one with the face, but then like 10 or 12 different candles. It's just below
this one. Yeah,
that one there.
Yeah.
And this again is kind of an interesting addition of these candles in. I'm thinking he probably just had, the one photograph that was of a candle in the dark, and then just went ahead and reprinted that, in numerous different spots here with this figure. But to me, almost, just an interesting use of so much black. just giving you only the face and then this candlelight. I think the subtlety and minimal approach on this one is good. And it's also, again, it's interesting because his paintings are so maximal so much of the time. It is the same mind who's, choosing to give you every single detail on, a mummy's piece of tissue wrapping around their body in a painting, or, that cathedral of weird, webs and arachnid legs or whatever, whatever he's kind of like modeling that after. It's so hyper detailed. But here it's just a normal face with a candle up to her head and then, this blackness. You would, I guess what I'm saying is you would almost expect that maybe he would be a more maximalist photographer too, but it does go to show your point from a couple minutes ago that I think he thought generally pretty well about photography's strengths and weaknesses and how to use certain things to his advantage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I mean, some of these other ones are kind of like
pretty standard. Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty standard, although, just conventionally good landscapes, right? Which again, like you don't really expect from you won't really expect. I thought this was an interesting one, right? This is clearly like after rain, or perhaps it's even still raining, right? You have enough light. There is some sort of interaction going on between the woman and it seems like a doorman, right? There's maybe some sort of like tip being given. She seems to be like on the cusp of like a little bit of a smile, even if it's just kind of like perfunctory. Here, there's like almost like he's in the shadow along with the building, right? And there's almost like a little docile quality to him here, right? Which in the context of this like landscape, you can't quite tell whether this is daytime or nighttime. It is an interesting setting, right? An interesting set of choices for this photo, and also like something that is like there is like a even if you want to say that there is like a specifically human moment here which ought to be captured. I mean, it is in the context though of like a bit of a wider social context, right? Which he doesn't really have that in his paintings all that much, right? Or like rather, it's not an easy social context. Like to the extent that he has, a religion that is sort of being turned into something else, like into some sort of like hellscape that is also, I guess, a kind of common in and of itself. But here, it's much more of a, it's almost like a little bit of a documentary style type thing.
Yeah, it is.
Right. So,
what about last one maybe to look at of his in the bottom left down there? This use of mirrors with the eye that's reflected, but it forms this weird face. Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
But yet the rest of the head is still in shadow in the back. Yeah. It's probably just having the subject put a mirror, right there to divide their head and then taking it. So pretty simple, but still an effective approach. Pretty unique to him. I don't think I've seen really any other photographers that predate him doing things like this.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he has this kind of like bad reputation, I guess, in some circles as like nothing more than a pure illustrator. But I think, looking at the photograph could help inform people of maybe some of the wider things going on in the paintings, right? So, again, I was surprised to find how good many of these photographs, in fact, are, right?
Yeah, that's just kind of an interesting abstraction there. And the one to the right-hand side with looks like maybe a parent and a child together, these just to the right of the screaming hand, those, or maybe it's even a grandparent and a child, kind of like smashed together here. This is an interesting way to present, generations presumably. And again, you know, completely taking the light out of their eyes. Pretty standard as far as what seemed to be, you know, his outlook and his perspective on life and the human condition. But a nice way to do that with still representational photography.
Yeah. I didn't see this one yet.
Yeah, it's a silhouette through a screen of some kind.
Nice little, we have this like little break here.
Yeah.
At the bottom. Yeah. And then you have, I mean, like stuff like this is more kind of like even like almost like a standard documentary.
Yeah.
Kind of like, you know, mid-century sort of images. Like I feel like there were enough famous ones like this. But I mean, he was able clearly to do a lot of different things fairly well.
Yeah. Yeah, this looks like maybe a combination of mirrors and water or something. I've never quite been able to place everything that went into this one, but definitely a good grotesque in a way. You know, it's
this is supposed to be a face, right? This is I assume,
a face that's, you know,
it's like warping,
getting pulled away from itself. Yeah.
All right. Do you want to get into Francesca Woodman?
All right, ready?
Yeah. So Francesca Woodman is a photographer that was born, I believe, it says right here, 1958. She died of suicide in 1981. So she was about to turn 23. She jumped off a building.
Yep.
And we saw, like, in preparation for this, we watched a documentary on Francesca Woodman and kind of like the wider Woodman family. This is actually reviewed right now on the Automachination website. Jessica Schneider did a review of the documentary, went over some of the photographs, and she said, hey, you know, when you guys do this next show, why don't you include her in your discussion, which is what we're doing now. And this was actually one of the photos that Jessica highlighted as a bit different, right? And I mean, so I agree, right? It's like I'm going to put these two side by side. Generally, what happens, and I've sort of seen this, like when people are in like art school or whatever, or they're just kind of starting out. A common thing to do in your teenage years or in your early 20s is, hey, let's all go to like a fucking abandoned building somewhere, get naked, and take photos. Right. I feel like that is enough of a trope that it's become like a bit trite.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing one of the reasons why it's a trope that has any kind of staying power is there is like some sort of relationship with, like, you know, being nude somewhere, you know, kind of like showing your vulnerability in some senses, with the idea and the image of like a stripped down building. Right.
Yeah.
And because of the fact that, you know, there is somewhat of a clear connection there, it is now up to you. Like, if you're going to like touch on this trope, you're going to have to do things a little bit differently. Right. And I think, like, in this photo in particular, like we do have that going on. Right. So, like, first of all, like we get the implication of motion simply because if you look at the debris on the floorboards here, this is, you know, it's almost as if like the person that just ripped this wallpaper off has also in the meantime created this debris, right? So there's this like implication of motion has already transpired, just like that Caravaggio painting, Love Conquers All, right? You have the movement of the you have the movement of the curtains, you have the movement of whatever's on the table. You know, motion has just occurred. So we have this like implication of motion. We have the fact that you know, very often, like in, you know, art past, right, we have genitalia being covered up by figs, right, or by you know, some other kind of leaf or like whatever it might be. And here we have it being done specifically through what is available on hand, which is the wallpaper, and it happens to be wallpaper of flowers, right? So you have that quality. You also have like this like odd, dryad sort of, slash nymph quality going on. So there's like, there's a little bit of the, religious element. There's a little bit of the, a folklore element. Just technically speaking, it is dealing with this like trope of, okay, how do we get beyond like nudity in some sort of abandoned house? How do we make that fresh? Because everybody seems to want to be doing that all the time. So it captures that. There is a clearly, thought that went into this. There is a good technique. There is a nice and easily explained set of decisions that the artist took to ultimately get to this point of the image. Anyway, that's my take on the photo.
Yeah. I think that's pretty well summed up with Francesca's total body of work and output. Some people praise her and some people in the same sense criticize her that such a huge portion of her subject matter is herself. And, she really, on the one hand, I think you have to understand that because she's a young, broke, ostensibly broke. It seems from that documentary that her family was either quite well connected or quite well off or both. So she put herself maybe in a situation where either by circumstance or by choice, she just, didn't really want to have nicer surroundings. So, she's kind of in these more dilapidated buildings all the time. I think her own apartment in New York was pretty sparse or small or whatever, but, she maybe didn't have a whole lot of resources to use. And so, of course, then you begin to think, well, I always have myself. So I can be my own subject. I don't have to pay a model or anything. She also had a lot of her, friends or immediate circle of people in her life as subjects. So again, same idea, maybe they were willing to just wanted to do. There's a lot of just her own self and her own body and her work. And it does wear on you after a time. I think she deserves a little bit of credit for trying to be, so consistently inventive with that and just think every day, about what new composition she could come up with. And, that deserves she kept working at it, that deserves a measure of credit.
Yeah.
I think in the documentary, she explains in this one here, there was like a flour truck that had spilled a bunch of it outside her apartment. So she got a bucket and filled it with flour and then, put it on the ground, laid on it, and then got up and did a series of images around that. So, these are different takes. It's something a bit interesting. You can imagine, a lot of other people might have just sat there naked in the chair, in the corner of the room. And so she does add another element here that elevates this. I think that, to your point in your show notes, to me, a number of her best images are time-lapse or time motion blurring, use of herself still as a subject, but where she either has moved during the exposure or, she started the camera, went and got into position. So it shows that, kind of stage. And then she eventually gets back up and goes and trips the shutter again to close the exposure. So, it creates an image like this that I think is probably one of her better ones. Again, a still life element here with that shaft of light in the marble corner. Again, shout out to Caravaggio, a little bit of an influence from his earlier painting there with the corner of the table coming toward us. But, this is nice. I mean, with more of just her body obscured by the fantastic or phantom nature, of hopping in there. This has shades also of Alexei Teterenko, the Russian photographer that we reviewed in the last series, although a totally different take on something like the ephemeral motion blur. But this is a good one too, because she has made a decision about the permanence, and this, this marble is in good shape here, the counter. So it feels solid, it feels stable. The flower, is a bit more of a delicate element that she's trimmed or plucked or whatever and put there. And then there's herself. So kind of a nice, a nice juxtaposition of these different elements here.
It's also not so the reason why I chose this in particular is I agree. It's one of her best photos, and part of that also has to do with like, okay, so if we have the nude in a abandoned building trope, we still have like the kind of like more generic trope of a still life photography, right? Which, like, as we alluded to earlier, often has its own kind of natural problems simply, by virtue of trying to create a still life, using photography. And here, we do get symbolism, but it's not very obscure to me, right? So the way that I view it is, okay, if she's under this marble table, right? It's a marble table, and then you have this delicate, almost kind of like perfect little flower here, and she's constantly seems to be like moving under the table to get this shot ultimately, almost like she's holding the table up, right? Like that to me, in light of the kinds of things that she would say, or rather her journal would say in the documentary, and her own kind of approach to the arts, and her own kind of feeling that she is creating this psychic kind of sacrifice. She is with her body holding up this marble table, which is like a man-made thing, and then this flower is like, perhaps like a representation of art or creativity, whatever you want it to be. That is a unique twist on still life in photography, and that is definitely a unique twist on some of the kind of symbolism that goes on in kind of like more typical still life photography. So I mean, this is well done. And, like, imagine if the body wasn't there, you wouldn't really have much to discuss. You put the body in there, and suddenly these other symbols have life breathed into them. These other symbols have a reason for existing. And there is something, deeper that she's saying about herself. Like here she is as a subject that becomes just kind of like innately more interesting. That's not to say that, other things are less interesting. Like, I do think this is also a good and perhaps underrated photo, if only in the sense that, again, more typical images like this would be, we're going to maybe get closer to the figure. Here you have this vulnerability in like the posture and the nudity, but you also at the same time, you have a ton of light just unexpectedly coming in, which usually doesn't happen, right? So on the one hand, she's being exposed not only, by the fact that she's naked, but she's also being taken further away from the viewer, right? She's being blanched also by the light. And also this like shadow effect that she does at the beginning, right? It's almost as if, if maybe if this were a more confident person, or maybe how do you see yourself? Maybe like standing upright, right? Which this seems to suggest in the bottom with this like shadow type thing. Anyway, there's like, like even if it's not, I don't think it's like a great photo or anything, but there's a ton of stuff that's being done well, right? And there's a ton of choices that you could constantly point to that are, good conscious choices. There's reason for it. And there's a reason why it works in the aggregate.
Yeah. Well, and her decision in that one with the flower on the ground and her outline, to have shoes on, also kind of interesting. She has
shoes on. She does.
She does. Yeah. In the bright one where she's sitting in the corner, she's got shoes on that are black. Or at least they appear black in the photo. So kind of just a little bit of an offbeat, strange choice that had some interest to the whole thing. And then on this one, I think the final thing to say is it is a bit of a good inversion of the reclining nude, historically, because normally it's, a nubile young nude woman reclining on some, nice, solid, ornate piece of furniture or a bed or whatever. In this case, to recline on a marble slab wouldn't be comfortable anyway, even if she did frame it up that way, but here, instead it's her, like you said, holding up this piece of furniture or stonework or whatever. So kind of one of her better images for sure. Some nice obscurity to what all she's doing there. So, and then the one with the short bench that she's like in lingerie laying on. This one. I think you had said in your notes, it's got again, enough interest, enough elements with the small undersized piece of furniture, and she's draped across it, and then the hosiery or stockings up above her, maybe alluding to day-to-day, decisions of womanhood, or burdens of womanhood, or to appear a certain way. I think it's this one's also interesting because of the choice to be somewhat clothed. I think I would have expected her traditionally, based on the rest of her work, to just be nude in a photo like this, but the clothing adds quite a bit more interest, I think, than if she was just nude on a short piece of furniture. So
yeah, I mean, yeah, just the kind of like implied discomfort, right, of being on a short piece of furniture, the way that she has to contort her body. I mean, you could obviously like find reverberations here in terms of something that you might want to say about women, and that's the thing. Like, you don't have to like latch onto any specific one of these sorts of interpretations. Like, the point is, there's enough material here that is technically well done enough, that has enough to discuss, where honestly, like, a lot of these connections just they ought to come into your head simply on account of you're thinking about art. You have a history of looking at art. You have a history of making connections. Like, and this is what artists ought to be doing, kind of like more generally. I'm not sure if you have like any specific other ones of hers that you'd like to discuss, but those are maybe the primarily what I wanted to talk about that we had.
Yeah, I think those are among her best. This one with the door as well, that you just passed by. Scroll back up a little bit. The angled door right there, where she's hidden under that.
Yeah.
That's another one. I mean, good use of light, good use of contrast and shadow. And a little bit more delicate and obscured with her body. Again, for this type of image that she did too much. This one is also among the better executed, I'd say.
Yeah. Again, like the majority of cases of this trope in photography would probably not end with this kind of use of light, with this idea of let's actually put the fucking door on me. Right. I mean, there's enough here of like sufficient interest that she's worth the conversation. So okay, so do you have any closing thoughts on Francesca Woodman? If not, we could get to the next photographer.
My only closing thought is that if anyone watches that documentary, The Woodmans, it's kind of sad. I mean, there's several different things going on, in terms of like her family dynamic, but when her father decides to, quote, become a photographer, after her death, and he takes like these creepy pictures of mostly, at least partially nude young women and stuff. It's like it's just such a terrible artistic choice, just kind of a prime example of what not to do if anybody out there is trying to work in their own way. And it's like, it's not enough to like decide to now take photos because your daughter took photos. It's like you have to take photos of semi-nude young women holding other images of an already semi-nude young. It's just like it's just really poorly done. I just like peak cringe at that part of the documentary. I don't know if you had any other thoughts on the doc or her family, but
I mean, her family didn't necessarily come off in the best of ways. And I mean, like, honestly, some of the like art in general of theirs that you see, because they were artists their whole lives. They seem, one thing that I will say about them is they are very persistent, right? They do take their art seriously. Like the wife said something like, I can't imagine ever being married to someone where I can't just wake up and do nothing but engage in art together, and we do this stuff together and we talk about it together. But then you actually see what she does, and it's like, it's like Illustrator almost type collages, or it's ceramics that don't even necessarily look all that good. Like it's kind of like, it's like low grade aesthetics, almost like arts and crafts style stuff, right? And there's also this like odd set of resentments that it seems like are coming from her family, especially from her dad, right? Where he feels like, he doesn't want to be seen as like the inferior artist,
Yeah, even though he is. Yeah, I mean, I think that was the best thing to come out of it, was both of their takes, her parents' takes, and even her brother. It's very hard to tell what the hell he even does as an artist, to be honest. He had like these weird kind of multimedia videos going on that didn't look that good, but they all take it seriously as a profession. It's like day to day. I think her dad had a quote about, if you don't have any ideas, you go into your studio and sharpen pencils. And while you're sharpening pencils, maybe you get an idea, which that's a good tip. That's a good way to maybe approach just the workaday nature of trying to be artists. I think they deserve credit for taking art as a vocation and a profession just as seriously as any banker or lawyer. You just go into the office and do your work that day, and whatever comes of it comes of it. They deserve credit for taking that approach and for instilling that, in their children, and making it acceptable, to work as an artist and be an artist. Now, they of course seem much too focused on commercial acceptance and success and income
and what people think. What people think.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I think at one point they said they moved to New York City specifically so that her dad could get like more of a chance to be in galleries or exposure and whatever. And it's like, I don't know, in the meantime, you have an artist like, let's just pick one randomly, like Andrew Wyeth, who just lives and works in Chadds Ford, Pennsylvania, and Cushing, Maine, well out of the public eye for his entire life, and just made some fucking great art. So he got recognition. I mean, again, maybe even lucky from that standpoint compared to a lot of other artists historically, but they were just definitely social climbers in the art world. They wanted to be connected in the art world. She gets an installation piece at, the U.S. Embassy in China and whatever, and is, like so delighted and proud of the whole thing. I mean, it just looks like you took a sketch that Henri Matisse would have done in an afternoon and like blew it up to major size and put it on the wall. It's okay. It's, again, I respect the work ethic. It's a large scale piece. It's all ceramic. I don't know how to do any of that, but clearly, that she felt she had made it once that happened. And they didn't have any really interesting ideas on art either.
That's the thing. It was mostly them speaking, and yet there was very, very little insight into the arts from anyone. And this is a family all of artists, right? But they have, with the exception of like, they would say things like, well, it shouldn't matter like whether or not I feel resentful. Like all that matters is, are these good photographs? That's really the only thing that matters in the end. They seem to like understand that kind of stuff, both intuitively as well as they're able to say explicitly, but it's not necessarily something that comes out in the actual practice of their work. Right.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. That's an interesting doc to watch, but anyway, I mean, Francesca has enough good, worthwhile, individual pieces to merit examination, even if maybe in the whole, it was a bit of just jamming on one note for too long. But anyway, still some good stuff.
So we're gonna get to now who is my maybe my favorite in this entire show. So I believe the pronunciation is Hengki Koentjoro. I believe that was a pronunciation in the interview that I watched. But so this is an Indonesian photographer. Do you want to give an introduction to his work, or maybe how you found him?
Sure. So Koentjoro is living and working today, which is a good thing for the photographic world. I look forward to what he continues to put out in the future, but I think I was telling you yesterday when we talked briefly on the phone, I honestly can't remember exactly how I came across his work, whether it was, some other artist or photographer saying, "Oh, I've been inspired by him," or people should look at his work, or maybe it was just I know that he uses Hasselblad cameras, and so maybe it was just through something Hasselblad posted, promoting his work as one of their master photographers or whatever. But yeah, this was probably 4 or 5 years ago that I first encountered his stuff, and was immediately very impressed and inspired. And I think that as we go through a few of these series, it becomes obvious that there's just a grand vision that sits at the heart of everything he does, even from what we'll show, like in the Altitude series, there's a mixture of really expansive, grand landscapes and then smaller slice of landscapes. But then there's something like the Free Play series or in the Minim series where there's humans depicted, but in a, what I'd call a very cinematic way, and very much just a smaller piece in a broader context. It'll sound strange, but especially maybe when we get to the Minim section, he's another photographer that in certain choices he makes reminds me a little bit of someone like a Frederick Edwin Church, where when you look at Church's paintings, they're so broad and expansive and obviously in like very rich color and detail, but he often would put like 1 or 2 tiny people in that scene and just kind of emphasize the grandness of nature, and humans only being a small part of that. I think Koentjoro does that nicely in some of his series, and it's just a very, very grand, cinematic and sweeping. Anything you want to say before we look at the images themselves?
Nothing, except like a few days ago when I first saw him, I started texting you. I was like, "Oh fuck! Like his shit is so good." I was really blown away how good it was. And I just spent like just at least a couple hours just like sitting here, going through the photos. So like this is the first collection that you want. I was like, in the show notes, I kept sending you individual notes on all of them, but I realized I was like going one by one, right? Because they're all like something to talk about. So I mean, here's one that I think is like a very kind of self-evidently good, right? We have, I'm not sure exactly what these from, if they're supposed to be volcanoes.
I think it is volcanic because in the toward the bottom left, I think that's steam or gas coming out of the volcanic crater. That's then sweeping across the frame as he does a somewhat long exposure here. That's my guess. So it could be that. Originally I thought maybe there was some kind of like fog as well, but like I think the relevant point is he decided to do that long exposure in order to just like really like stretch out and draw out these vapors. And you see how nicely they just sort of go behind the volcano. At the top, it's sort of like it's in the front, and yet the volcano itself is able to remain so crisp, right, and such a nice contrast. And you'd only be able to do this like with this kind of exposure, right? And you also don't want to do this thing where you let it go on for so long that the whole thing back here gets blotted out. Like you probably wouldn't want to do that. Right. So like all these like choices, like where to start, what to focus on, where to end it, right, before things get too overheated. I mean, just like a really excellent photo, right? And he's so I think this will become more and more obvious as we scroll down, especially through maybe this series. But he's someone to me that's very clearly inspired by Ansel Adams. And some of these images have that same sort of grand nature to it, but it's I think a treat to watch the way that he undercuts some things that could easily become more cliched, or if not that, even just kind of a direct cribbing from someone like an Adams, to do something that's different, like this long exposure with the the steam or the gas out of a crater, and it's also just kind of a joy to be able to see a different part of the world depicted in this sort of grandiosity. The only thing really that I think you could, it's not even a knock, but just, when you're so used to the grand and natural imagery of someone like an Adams, who's so entrenched and, ensconced in the annals of photography, it's 70% California, and then the rest of it's the American West with a little sprinkling of like Alaska. And so they're grand, gorgeous landscapes. They deserve to be depicted. He did it better than really just about anybody. But it's nice to see a different part of the world, in this case, Southeast Asia, get its due, because these places are stunning. And I think he really does them justice.
Mm-hmm. So there's one. Here's another one. Nice use also of lighting. The thing that's closest to us is the darkest, right? Everything is just sort of kind of like subsumed under this leaf extension. You
feels
can't,
very Malick Tree of Life-ish.
Yeah. And for some of these, you can't even necessarily tell exactly what the weather patterns are. I'm sure there's a lot of steam and fog here, right? Given the climate. Here's one that I thought was like I'm not sure if people would really have the same memory, but I remember like first having like a computer like Windows 3.1 and shit, and you would go into the paint software, and you would often like be able to make these kinds of gradients, right? So this has this odd quality of, on the one hand, almost being like a digitally manipulated image, and yet every once in a while we have these extreme, like highly specific granular clouds, right? And the same is true for the top. And here, like oddly enough, like these like little trees on the mountainside, and also like these electrical wiring. This does bring you back into this kind of like reality, right? The idea that this is, outside of, this isn't just like digital manipulation. This is really what it looks like. But, it's, very also interesting use of lighting here, right? You wouldn't expect the bottom portion of a mountain, even in this kind of, foggy landscape or whatever it might be, to necessarily be this white. He must have, he probably did do something to get it that way. And
Definitely
yet, like,
might have,
yeah. And also just like, the series of layers, right? You eventually get, a pure black at the very end. Everything is sandwiched between, kind of like, you have cloud, mountain range, cloud, mountain range. And then, of course, the biggest one in the background. And of course, the biggest, cloud fair obviously would be in the sky, would always be in the background. It's like a good give and take here. There's more of this.
Kind of a second take on the second image. Yeah, the fog, and keep scrolling down.
This one I point out in the notes. What stuck out to me is like, so first of all, you can't necessarily tell it very easily just by looking at it whether one of two things are going on. You can't say for a fact that this is like a true landscape. In the back we have a river, some sort of mountainside, and then fog, or whether this is in fact like a miniature that he created. Like there is something about the structure of like the roots and the branches, and like, almost as if like he sort of like took a bunch of doodads. He took this kind of a like tiny like little tree somewhere, and he put it there. He decided to magnify it and make it look like a landscape, right? And the rest being sort of like abstracted away. I'm not sure if you necessarily get the quality that I get here, or if it's just in my own head, but it struck me as also an interesting set of artistic decisions to get to this point, right? And you're like in this like vague in between state, right, where it could be one or the other.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely didn't get that or think that when I first saw this. I suppose to a certain extent, I could see what you mean, but yeah, to me, this has always been clearly a slice of nature out in the world, but I couldn't place it. Same as you said, you know, it's like you don't really know where you are. I mean, so that's, you know, it's maybe a good ambiguous choice on his part, but yeah.
Yeah, more time lapse.
Yeah.
Almost like you're creating, a kind of like a surrealist kind of distortion, right? And yet it's still, it's still essentially a landscape.
There's just enough to it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I really enjoy these. There's another one, you know, a little further down that I probably like even more, but you know, this use of what looked to be maybe temple grounds, you know, overlooking the fog in the rainforest. This is kind of part of what I mean when I say, you know, this part of the world deserves this sort of imagery. And, you know, to make these kind of choices to just completely underexpose the front, let it be backlit and go into shadow. And then, you know, this, I mean, I think I gave quite a few, you know, technical thoughts or insights in the first episode. I haven't done that as much in this one, and I don't feel like I need to, but again, I just would emphasize, on this shot, maybe, you know, that this is a difficult image to take and have it be a good end result and interesting, because my guess would be that in this scene, it appeared somewhat like this, where his foreground was probably in a lot of shadow, but if the sun is coming in and hitting the mist down in this, you know, rainforest valley, probably been very, very bright. So you know, maybe he did do a little bit of post-production, you know, to kind of bring some of these levels up or down, depending on what he wanted. Who knows what it looked like in camera, but I think, you know, we would agree, certainly the right decision here was to expose for the very bright rainforest area and let this front fall into shadow, because if he tried to get you any detail in the front, you'd blow out everything in the back. You know, that actually gives this context and makes it a pretty grand photo.
Yeah, and I mean, you don't exactly need to know precisely what these structures are, because you generally
know.
Yeah, you generally know for a fact that they're going to be man-made, and you've probably seen enough temples that you could sort of guess that this is probably has to do with some kind of structure like that. Right. Putting the emphasis backwards on here while also keeping this, it is interesting. This one is one of my favorite photos in the series. Like starting in the back, like this very much does look like we mentioned Chinese ink paintings earlier on. This is very much like in line with that. Like you'd see plenty of stuff from, Tang Dynasty, Song Dynasty that has a little bit of that quality that you have like in the back here. But one thing that I find interesting about this one is the closer that we get to, basically to where the viewer is standing, the more like sort of like precise and granular the detail, right? Here, like in the back, you have the fog, right? You have you have kind of like, lighting as a kind of archetype, but here you have lighting that really brings out, the specifics. Like if you zoom in, even more, you get like truly the specifics of the branches, how light is playing on the individual leaves. And then of course, like we have, even more specificity here, and then so close that we're going to blur this out, right? So close, we're going to blur out the leaves are just kind of there. And it was a very good decision to actually keep it here, right? This creates, this is the only true blur, right, in this entire thing. It's there, right? It kind of like anchors things a little bit. But it is interesting that the closer that you get, right, it becomes a slightly less and less abstracted in that sense.
It's very nice. The layering of that image is really nice, and that one, from the first time I saw it, I really thought it had a kinship with, if you want to just real quick click off the screen share, I'll show this Ansel Adams image, Clearing Storm, Sonoma County, California, where it's got these layers. Now he kept a much lighter foreground right? And Ansel, just per his usual, was very concerned about, total tonality across the whole image and getting, almost every detail squeezed out of it that you could. But yeah, just that fog with the layering of forest and landscape beyond. I thought maybe Koentjoro had seen an image, of his like that, and thought, oh, I could do that here in my homeland, and it would really pop. So
yeah. Yeah. So, I remember when I first saw this one, that I kept thinking, like, as I was going through, like, oh, this one's my favorite, that one's my favorite. Then I settled on this one as my
awesome. Yeah.
As my favorite. I mean, like, first of all, you can't, in terms of weather, I guess you could tell that it's not currently raining right now because things are not, dripping with water. But in terms of wind events or whatever, this could be, the start of a storm. This could be, somewhere, the after effects of a storm after things have dried out. Like, there's so much implied motion in not only, the leaves, but also like the swaying of these like far larger kind of trunks and branches, right? And this is done specifically through the use of the lighting, right? The fact that he was able to capture the light in this way, the fact that he was able to do some time lapse on this kind of like moving condensation creates this this kind of like stormy effect, even without necessarily having to be in a storm, right? You want to say that this is like on the cusp of, or perhaps after, or perhaps right before a storm, but you can't really say that. And the reason why you want to, the reason why this like reality is lodged into your head is because of what he does with the time lapse and with the with the lighting.
Yeah. Well, and so a couple other things to highlight on this one, because this is one of my favorites as well. This is an example of where modern sharp lenses also really work to your advantage. It's a smart choice because of the chewed out nature of this giant palm frond in the bottom right. And, it kind of, that one little choice gives you a hint at this being an, not that we would not know it is, but it's an old forest. There's things that have happened here, right? It's seen things. This particular palm has been through all kinds of storms and bugs eating away at it, and whatever you want to talk about. But that one detail, and it's so crisp, is really nice. And then you get still the super sharp detail through the trunks of the trees and all the way up into the canopy and the mist. Again, he reminds me of Malick a lot in some of his approaches. This looks like a cinema still from The Thin Red Line if it was shot in black and white,
Yeah.
Just the way you'd kind of be looking up into the canopy up above from a point of view of maybe a soldier, down below or whatever. So yeah, timeless image. I mean, it's really beautifully done.
Yeah.
That one's nice too. I mean, a little bit more standard maybe take, but good picture. Yeah, more of those volcanoes. That looks like probably from a different vantage point in the same national park or something as that very first image.
Yeah.
This one has that nice Japanese or Chinese ink, pen drawing feel to it again, with the thin tree trunks, and that's nice.
Oh yeah, this one was very dramatic when I first saw it. My wife was coming down. My wife was coming down. I was like, "Oh, just sit down and look at this." Like, you just look at it. You just look at it. You immediately know that this is just like so well done, and because of the choices that were made. Like, you're gonna capture something that is truly almost like land, like folding, upon itself again and again and again. It's not, that's not to say that, obviously mountains like this exist everywhere, but it's not the first thing that people think of when they think of mountains. You do a little bit more of that time lapse, is just immediately arresting. And a lot of this is like reality sort of doing that work for you. Right. If you come across an image like this, you would think, immediately, like, I want to sort of capture that quality, right? The folding quality. It's not something that people see very often, right? This needs to, make it in somewhere.
Yeah. Gorgeous image. As an inversion of that earlier one, right now the temple is down in the valley and it's the subject to a certain extent. But I think it's interesting because this is a nice photo, but it's not as strong.
Yeah. So let's talk about, like, why wouldn't this be as strong? Because I 100% agree as something like this.
Yeah. Well, I think that allowing the viewer to do more of the work on this one because of the ambiguity, and again, knowing and inferring where we are and what this is that's in our foreground, but putting us in that place and then almost being a monk at the temple, right? Now looking out into the landscape and forcing upon you that feeling of awe and inspiration to a certain extent. The nature here is more powerful and more interesting than the man-made thing, but the man-made thing offers a nice in and a nice extra few brush strokes, that we can work with. Whereas the image of the temple down in the forest itself is just, again, it's nice, but just kind of now is more of a standard documentary type photo. And
exactly. We see all the time, right? I mean, like, photos of temples, right? And that's the thing. You are getting plenty of, temples or whatever in the other photo, but they're blacked out, right? This is where the, breaking of convention comes from, and why this would be, it's definitely an excellent shot, right? He's, taking care to make, other choices here, but it's not as arresting. It's not as stark. It doesn't really stick in your memory, because it does look, even if it's not, like generic documentary type photography, it does look a bit closer to those categories than that original photo does.
Right. Yeah, these are nice, but I think probably the weakest from this series is the curving roads in the rainforest. But this one, I mean, this might be my favorite. It's I mean, what to say. It's kind of self-evident that this is an incredible picture. I don't know. Do you want to start in on this one? The first time I saw this, it was
imagine they're talking to like a 4-year-old or like a 2-year-old baby, and you want to explain life to them. Like, how would you start?
Yeah. I mean, I think that with this one, his vantage point is the key thing. So, we're up pretty high and allowing all of this to, these slices of life, because I can't tell for sure. I mean, are there human structures within here? Is there human society that's, at all present? It's almost like, whether there is or isn't, your mind kind of fills it in. You almost see some of those trees as maybe little people, or some of the spaces as possibly where a building would be. You want to think maybe that somehow, there's humans as a small part of this landscape, but he's up high, and so you're able to get a wide view, but then he consolidates it in and packs it, down into this one square. But the zigzag of the mist in the valleys, that cut the ravines, that cut through, kind of that center part of the image, and just all the little trees and tiny details in there, and the light that's coming in. I mean, the sun here is such a prominent protagonist, with the way that the light's coming across. It's just a really magnificent photo.
Yeah, in terms of his vantage, one thing also about this is he probably got to like whatever high point that he was at, and maybe it took some time to find this specific shot that he wanted to take, because given his position, right, I could imagine moving, too much to the left or the right where you lose some of this quality. But right now, the quality you have is like a lot of these hills, they do like fold into one another. They do meld into one another. And some of the time lapse that he has going on, he probably realized, okay, so if I have like this kind of like, if reality is lending to me this ability right now where I could capture it, where things are melding into one another, if I do a kind of time lapse, maybe I will accentuate that simply because, the fog is going to start melding into itself, into other, portions of fog, into, fusing hill and hill, right? So I could tell there were probably some decisions like that made into this photo.
Yeah, that's a wonderful image. One of my favorites of his period, across anything. Another nice one there.
Oh yeah, another like classic. Not as dramatic perhaps, but still, carving out similar territory. Yeah, I agree. These the winding road stuff is it is a little bit it's just kind of conventional. It's kind of closer to like, what I would consider, just like for my own self. If I'm walking down somewhere and I like the way that something looks, I might take a photo of it, right? But beyond that, right? Not necessarily the same kind of like, it just doesn't lend itself to the same kind of analysis that we're able to give to some of the previous ones. Right.
Yeah, with this, there's 20 images per series that he does. I think this is the last one in altitude, but again, nice approach here with the trees and the mist. I mean, I've taken a number of shots that look like this, but yeah, not in the upper echelon that maybe the top 5 from this group are.
Well, let's see. So we also said minim, right?
Go to minim next.
Yeah. So this collection struck me as the equivalent of so like, if you do like whatever kind of like poetry, plenty of people eventually get the itch to like write a bunch of sonnets. Why? Because, just classically speaking, we all know that it's difficult to have 14 lines that have a complex relationship with one another. We know that it's difficult to make a turning point in a sonnet that is memorable. We know that it's difficult to sort of like stay within, certain kinds of confines. And compared to like a lot of else that Koentjoro does, this collection is different, right? It does have that minimalist feel, and it feels like he's kind of jumping into this notion of, okay, so if people say that my work is like too easy to do because, oh look, Indonesian landscapes just lend themselves to just being grandiose any way that you feel like, you're not actually doing any of the hard work. This is kind of like an answer to that, right? That you could say, I'm actually now going to go out of my way to find things that in reality don't so easily lend themselves to, either something that's grandiose or just naturally what people think of as like, great photography. And I'm going to try to, even with more curation with my own hand, I'm going to try to make it work in that fashion. And I think, just viewing this, right, this is clearly very much in sharp contrast to what we just saw in the altitude collection, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so I mean, there's right off the bat, that's more of like a documentary street style photo. But yeah, the second one, it makes me chuckle a little bit because he's on the sea. I mean, this looks to me a seascape with these rocks out in the middle of the ocean. And yeah, instead of packing in tons of detail, he just says, I'm going to suck all the detail out of it except for, the bare minimum. And I mean, this is kind of the approach through the rest of this this whole series in different ways. But
yeah, I mean, it's an excellent use of abstraction.
yeah.
And yeah, to some degree, like, white and whiteness and lighting, they're often used as abstractions, and perhaps in some ways they are.
Mm-hmm.
But it's an abstraction that is so kind of, either it's been universally used or you're universally like familiar with it. There's a lot of like openness like this in like Chinese ink landscapes, right? There's something about, even like like the big white ball in The Prisoner, right, that always like chokes anyone that's trying to escape the island. There's something about this like white, right, that the brain is always able to like latch onto, and not to like empty it of meaning, not to empty it of associations, but it is a canvas for associations to start, right? I think people like kind of like twist it in the other direction, but I think very often this is in fact what's going on. So it's good use of abstraction.
Yeah, this is something totally different.
Yeah.
Looks like almost like a collage. I mean, it's just interesting because I'm like, I don't know where this is a representational photograph of birds like falling apart almost in their nests. This one's always been kind of a sticks out for that reason. But keep going down. Let's look at more of the landscapes. Yeah. I mean, this just so everything is stripped away. And so again, for sure this is a long exposure, because to get water to look completely silked out like this, especially assuming he's taking this during the day, which I am, this is probably he's got filters in front of the lens to really allow for a proper exposure to still happen, but take much longer, in the sunlight. So this is 30 seconds, a minute, maybe more. So if there were any people, out near that pagoda or on that peninsula, they probably would disappear just from, the comings and goings. But it's kind of nice that, as opposed to someone like Alexei Titarenko, who, used that long exposure to still keep human presence there, but abstract it out, he didn't actually include any humans in this one at all. So it stays, kind of a nice standard landscape. Now, a little further down, we're going to see where he does include people, and that works as well. But
this one, I remember when I first saw it, really stood out. Perhaps even a little, because this, I mean, I've seen variations, I guess, of this. Like, I mean, it's very well done. Like the fact that the mountain is almost like turned into like something that's like melding in, almost imperceptible.
But it's more commonplace. Yeah, this one's a little less standard, because maybe he's up, either at a certain peak or near a peak, and the clouds are rolling in, and so you can barely see to this other part of the mountain, but he snags it, just enough.
A lot of this is like when we were looking at the Japanese prints like about a year and a half ago in that show. It's a similar. There's almost like a printmaking quality to this, almost like a wood block type of thing going on.
Yeah. It's it's as about as minimal as you can go. This one I've always thought is really beautiful. Again, it's not that you haven't maybe seen something quite like this before, but to let the water become white. I mean, who knows what color it really was, but if there's sunlight playing off of it, or however he achieves this, this effect, it's really kind of interesting to have, this relatively dead looking still life of, the rocks and the branches there, with a reflection still in the water, but the water's white and it's silked out. Yes, it's just a novel take on this kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so here's a pier with, again, a lapse. So some people stationary, some coming and going. the bike. Yeah, it's a nice little touch there. This one I think is nice.
Yeah, nice use of this. These somewhat more diagonal lines are always a little bit better, I think. In not for all photos, obviously, but for many photos, you could probably change things up nicely simply by saying, I'm gonna like not stick with a purely horizontal horizon or focal point. Oh, look how pure that is.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah. Nice layers to that. I mean, even though it all happens in like the middle of the image, he still manages to get, the darkest near layer and then gradually getting brighter and brighter, but layers upon layers to that mountainscape. But then,
how do you think that is done?
Well, this happens naturally, just from diffusion of light in the air. Things get a little bit more hazy as you go further out. So to a certain extent, it probably was already looking this way. But either, again, this would be a long exposure. There's no way to get water to look like that without, going for a good amount of time. And this is straight into the sun. So again, highly filtered, to make sure that his camera could handle this. But he just shoots straight into the sun. Now, one of the only things that I would, maybe criticize of his is that he stays only within this square format. And I wish that he would branch out and do, maybe some different aspect ratios, because certain things maybe would be even a little bit stronger than they already are with that. But this is an image where the square format works to his advantage big time, because the symmetry of this, even though it's not perfectly symmetrical with, those dark mountains right in the middle and their shapes, is nice. The way the sun and then the reflection of the sun cutting that vertical line right through the middle is a nice effect.
Yeah.
This one's, it's nice to look at, but I think it's probably one of the weakest.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen variations of this, in stock images and stuff like that.
Exactly. Yeah.
All the time. Yeah.
You can find that plenty of places, but yeah, then there's this one.
Yeah. It gets better and better the more that you scroll. Look.
Yeah.
Right. Because I mean, think about it. There's a set of expectations that's being violated, right? Is this like ocean or is it sky? Well, maybe a little more sky going back. You don't expect this to come out right in the way that it does. You don't expect it to, be totally brown this way. Like it kind of like the sepia lends a little bit of feeling that there's like some sort of like turbidity to the wood, or even if it's kind of like smoothed out, perhaps by the exposure.
Yeah.
But it's a nice image. There's a little bit of subversions that are going on. Yeah, another good one.
Yeah, this one's nice, a little bit more standard. Looks like maybe he's somewhere again close to the sea, just with some people riding horses. Does it look like there's people riding horses? It's kind of what it
I think
seems
so
to me. Yeah.
It's a good one. The implication that there's other carts going the opposite direction as well.
Right.
It's always nice. Like oftentimes, like if you think about like, what is missing from a photo, you could probably get away with like adding some sort of implied motion, just to give like an additional like little like layer, right?
This one I've always really enjoyed.
Yeah.
The balancing pole or the river pole is such a nice touch on this. Just really just the positioning of that figure. The shape of the boat is really satisfying, but the stance of the person pushing the boat with their pole there, and then just the decision to take all context out of this. I mean, we know what it is, we know what they're doing, but you just don't see many images like this. And when you compare it to someone like a Van Gogh, where something like this would have been maybe like still silhouetted in black and white, but with a lot more going on in the rest of the image, and a great image, in its own way. This is a nice new approach. Feels fresh.
Yeah. You often, I mean, you see tons of like horizons, right, in paintings and stuff, but I mean,
almost no horizon on this. Yeah.
Yeah. And to the extent that there is a horizon, he is essentially like standing directly on top of it. Right. So. I thought this one was very nice. Just more kind of like this abstraction, right? But there's enough here to know exactly what this is sort of supposed to be, in terms of like this is probably some sort of like oceanscape, right, and a beach. But at the same time, given the extent to which it's abstracted, you could also reasonably sort of make deductions about like what it could be saying in terms of like what is in this person's mind. There's a lot of directions that you could flow with it, because it's a kind of abstraction that does not do away with the foundations. I mean, if this was like, imagine if this was just like a figure, right, with the photograph, and instead of you get rid of all the ocean stuff and you just like draw in some sort of like squiggly lines. Then like it kind of like it would have much of the same kind of idea in terms of like there is a squiggle passing through, but it's losing those richer implications that the viewer could use to build on top of, in a way that's actually like doable and in a way that's justifiable, and it's not just like random associations. Because that's another thing, like people often try to do like random association. They think it's just as good as having some material there to do some actual legwork, which obviously like all artists need to do some legwork, right? They can't they can't say it's all up to the viewer. And this is the last one here. Was there another collection specifically that?
So briefly, let's just run through Free Play up at the top. And then we can do Noir as well at the bottom. But this one again, just Terrence Malick came to mind so immediately with the thin red line and the images of the children underwater, the native people in those islands. But these are the bottom of this collection gets a little. I think it looks like he maybe was in a pool shooting, but these that are in the sea with these people, I think are really lovely. Just perfect use of silhouettes, and just again, not something that you see every day. And again, an instance where his modern camera technology really works to our advantage here, because he's got a nice underwater housing for a very nice camera, and so he can get these crisp, sharp images underwater, but still take them in his style. So it's nice. This one I really love. With that figure filling the frame. I think these are beautifully executed. Because the other thing that'll happen is like staged underwater photography can get tiresome really quickly. There are some photographers in that vein that I even like follow on social media or check up on from time to time, and so every once in a while there's like a nice idea that's well executed, but a lot of the time it's just like an infatuation with like mermaid imagery or just like things that are like really predictable. In that kind of setting, it might be beautifully lit, wonderful color, good execution, everything about it is technically good, but it lacks any kind of like artistic drive or unique impetus behind it. Whereas these, I feel, are they're they
I mean even thematically, right? Like just the title, right? Free Play. It allows for some level of spontaneity, which a lot of the staged photos of this type normally wouldn't have. There's also just kind of like a little bit more of that kind of like philosophical or intellectual, or perhaps like even cultural side to it, right? Like, what is, free play, especially children and free play. That's, more and more recently, that's not, it's something that's looked down upon, right? So there's like a lot of stuff that allows us to be, better than what you described. And I mean, even like something like this is not the kind of staged water photograph I would normally see. This is not something that some kind of like travel influencer would ever do, right? Because it's like, like, what is the emphasis on? The emphasis, it doesn't show you the fucking beauty of the water or the beauty of the landscape, right? There is a distortion going on. There is an occlusion of what would otherwise be an influencer that would try to be front and center. There is this kind of oceanscape on the bottom, but it's not, maybe there's like a critter there or two if you look hard enough, but generally speaking, we're just talking about things that would pass, someone by. Like they wouldn't, this is not what they would look for if they want to be in this landscape. Whereas if you're a child, right, and you're in this kind of scenario, everything is interesting, right? Everything is a potential, enigma. So anyway, this one I think in particular is is kind of like strikingly different from a lot of what you would see. This too, like almost like shapes, right? Like we have like shapes like on top of some sort of ice formation climbing, right?
Yeah, it almost does look like that. Yeah, the gestures in that one are really nice.
Yeah,
but yeah, from here on, with this one of the boy with the goggles on, I think it drops off a little bit in quality. There's maybe one or two more out in the open sea. This one, it's nice, not quite as gesturally expressive. But then, from here on, the girl underwater. I mean, it's still beautiful in a way. It's just it loses some of the the ambiguity and the expressiveness of the others.
Is this also another figure? Because I mean, that's like another it's a nice if it is, it's like a nice touch. Or even just like thinking about the possibility of this being another figure, the differences in the exposure and the lighting. I mean, it's a nice set of contrasts. The water is like almost eating at this figure.
Yeah, I kind of I've always assumed it was. But who knows for sure. So, I mean, I think that's probably it for this series. If you want to jump over to the noir series as well.
Yeah.
They're still good. You see what I mean? It's just, it just isn't, it feels a little different than the ones in the ocean.
All right.
So so we can wrap it up for him here, but, some of the same approaches, from the Minim series will come through here, but black becomes much more prominent versus white.
I wonder if that's supposed to be either like moonlight or sunset.
Yeah, probably. Who knows for sure, but this one's nice because of the mysterious nature of this monolith here in the foreground. I mean, it just seems kind of odd to have water running over like maybe it's just a large piece of concrete. I mean, that's part of the great thing here. Who knows? Maybe in real life, like by day, this looks like terrible. Maybe it's like an ugly, piece of a seawall or something. But he manages to move it beyond that.
Yeah, I was thinking when I was first looking at it that without the monolith, imagine like something like this. It would be much more so this kind of like a bit more conventional travel stock photo type thing going on,
right? It allows the lines through the center of the frame to cut nicely, right? It gives you a final final diagonal to work off of. So yeah, I mean, that makes the photo for sure.
It's not so much an inversion of that earlier one that we saw with the blacked out temple, but yeah,
This one's nice though.
there is some blacking out going on. There is this kind of feeling of, this opening up into whatever this abstracted distance in fact is. It seems actually like it's a pretty steep drop to the bottom, if in fact those are stairs going down.
Yeah.
But interesting choice. Everything like at the top seems to be, because of the lighting, cut off, right, and everything else just is given more kind of a granular focus.
Yeah. I think it's another road one. Yeah, you can skip over that one. Another take on the sun.
It's a good one.
It's nice. This one, I'm not quite sure why he included it in here. I mean, it's just a standard.
Yeah.
Palm trees on the seaside. It's nice, but yeah, keep going. I think there's a few more that are a bit more standout. Yeah. So this, love this. The shaft of light coming from who knows where. That might also be water. It might be a waterfall, and then there's all the water, coming down the stones, and just sort of.
It's probably both, right? Because you do need you do need that amount of light to get, I guess, some of the brightness at the bottom,
right?
So I mean, it could be both, right? He often does do this combined effect of light with water vapor, right? The two are kind of very, very linked in a lot of what he does.
Yeah, very prominent. Yeah, I think there's a couple more like this with different takes on
I remember,
water.
I remember this one.
Yeah, this. Yeah, gorgeous. That's so nice. And this one feels grand again. I think we've shown how he's another photographer who's able to go from the expansive to the intimate and back to the expansive, and this has a feel of a little bit of everything. The small stones with water, the rivulets coming down, but also just as taken as one piece, the larger nature of this and that feeling of awe, at the natural world. And this one's not totally abstracted because we do get the leaves. There's in the right hand side, there's some kind of vegetation there alongside the waterfall. But yeah, beautiful one there.
Oh yeah, this other one, yeah. Clearly, because the smoothness can't be real, and yet this is not it's not a place that I would think of doing this kind of time lapse, and yet you see how dramatic the effect could be.
Right.
Very nice. Oh yeah, this is like similar to earlier on, that kind of
more ground level take on it. But yeah.
Yeah,
this one's nice, just with like that river slashing through the bottom third, and then the clouds are so, those formations are so interesting looking. But I love the way the sun just hits that. It looks like someone just cut into the frame, with a knife blade almost. Yeah, that one again, it's nice, but it also you've seen it plenty of times before.
Yeah, the crispness of the poles is a little bit of a good touch, but a little little conventional.
It's just maybe at a lake or pond edge there.
Yeah. Oh, another nice one.
Yeah. to your point earlier, again, diagonal lines doing a lot of the work on this one, and drawing your eye in. But yeah, that's nice.
Is the brightness all from the exposure?
Well, these are tough to know because black is so prominent. You could shoot this at night if the moonlight was really strong, and then yes, you'd be getting enough light if you exposed this again. My hunch is that it's an exposure not longer than maybe 30 seconds, because if you go any longer than that, you do just get complete blur of the water as it's running. So I mean, if the moonlight were strong enough, this could be at night, but this also could be by day, and he's just, again, using filters and like really crunching down the sky and all these other elements. But yeah, if the sun is hit, if it's during the day and he's doing this with the sunlight directly on the water, then it could work this way. It's hard to get the water to be that bright, but the stone to be that dark.
Yeah.
That's definitely a challenge. Yeah,
because I was thinking like where exactly would the light, come from? But yeah, all good.
Yeah. This feels like a throwback. This feels like a Steichen picture in a way, right? With that, kind of early cameras and the way that you would frame up maybe the setting at a pond's edge or whatever. But
yeah. Also, I mean, nice dealing with expectations. I mean, just like scrolling down, right? You do not expect that to be the end result, right? And just like understanding that in nature, right? Seeing that and saying, okay, I know this is going to be a bit unexpected, so let's do it. That goes a long way.
Yeah. Very interesting take with the same approach on the seawall there.
More of this.
Yeah, another nice one in the rainforest there. Classic open road image, but he subverts the cliche a bit by just taking everything else to near black.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's one particular image of his I'm still thinking of that I haven't seen yet. Keep going to the bottom of this one, and if it's not, okay. So real quick, click Waterscape. I think it might be in there. It's basically of like a monk in front of a waterfall, from what I recall, and I think it might be in this series. A lot of more nice ones in here. I mean, we're like ripping through these, but they're nice pictures.
Yeah. Well, the viewers got his name. They could do some hard work, right? Not have everything spoon fed to them.
Yeah. Detach. Try detach. It's in that one, because it's mostly like solitary figures in some kind of landscape. Some of them are really nice. Some of them are okay.
Oh, this one's nice.
Yeah, I like that one. That's solid. Yeah, keep going. This one? Yeah. I've always thought this was nice. This feels very, again, with that cinematic feel, it's always kind of felt like a cinema still from an Asian film, maybe, where, someone's at like I don't know, an interesting moment in their life and trying to work through it or whatever. But just, I love the way his classic elements here with the use of the slightly longer exposure for the water and the way these layers come to you, in the image, and then that figure in the middle. I think it's nice. Well, I shouldn't say obviously. I assume it's staged, because otherwise it'd be kind of hard to just happen upon this and set up and take the shot. But either way, I think it's a nice effect. Just blast through the final ones of these, and then we can wrap up for him. I don't remember any others that I definitely wanted to highlight, but okay. Yeah, so you can see, I think as a series, this isn't quite as strong as the ones we highlighted, but still some good stuff in there.
Yeah, I mean, this is
It's nice
this breaks a few conventions.
Yeah, just people scattered around the beach there, and then one in an urban setting out of nowhere. Okay.
Yeah.
But
really, the idea being maybe they're detached.
Correct. Yeah, but just hopefully everyone can tell, from what we went through. I mean, excellent photographer. Hoping it's been a while since I've seen any updates to his site. I mean, like I said, I've known of him for years, and I check up on his site periodically to see if there's a new series up, but he hasn't put anything up. So hopefully, eventually there'll be more. But
yeah, all good. Not overall not as rich as Fanho, who had like some similar oceanscapes or whatever. Technically, I think there's been enough time where you could get like some modern photographers to get ahead, but definitely worthwhile, and some of my favorite landscapes that I've seen.
Yeah. So next photographer in the lineup, Harry Callahan, and Callahan is, he's not a super widely known photographer. I think amongst photographers, he's known and respected, and maybe to a certain extent amongst the public, but definitely not a big time brand name in the history of photography that most people would think of. But I think that he was a good photographer, a solid photographer, definitely not quite as expansive, and didn't have as much breadth of vision maybe as some of the others that we've talked about. He also typically went for more mundane subject matter. And so over the course of his career, he pretty much became most well known for portraits of his wife and daughter, some urban scenes around Chicago and Detroit. He was born in Detroit, lived there for most of his life, and maybe he lived there all of his life. I can't remember, but Detroit and Chicago were his two main metropolis, places to take photos. And then he had just kind of some, I don't know, slice of life and little Midwestern type landscape scenes. And so, for anyone that's watching the YouTube video, I've got a monograph of his here. So I'm just going to go ahead and pull out a couple examples, and then maybe Alex will screen share a couple. But, one of the things that he did pioneer in terms of technique to a certain extent was this buildup of imagery and kind of composite imagery of the same thing over and over again. So we've looked at photographers like Edmund Teskey on the show prior, and Josephine Sacabo, who we're going to talk about a little bit more in depth today. And they emphasize composite photography, but it's usually blending multiple different images into one, cohesive final piece. But Callahan would do things like this. So this is in Chicago with windows, right? And so this is, the same exposure of windows just layered over and over and over on top of each other. Now, it's hard to tell. I mean, he does this to the point that you don't even know what the original image was, right? I can't separate it out. It's all just kind of overwhelming there. On this same fold in the book, you've got this alley shot in Chicago. Hopefully that's not too much glare. Let me see if I can, there you go. So it's a figure in an alleyway, with kind of this vertical composition that's just layered over and over and over again, and eventually just becomes kind of overwhelming. So he did that with these. He would do that with images of cars. Obviously, cars were a pretty big theme around Detroit and Chicago. At the same time, he could be very minimalistic and do something like this, Lake Michigan, and barely have the shoreline at the bottom there, and then just the water of the lake extending out. So If you look at some of his other landscape type works, see if I can find those. He's got something, the way this book is printed, I don't know if this was intentional on his part or just the publication, but there's this tiny image of a tree with some motion blur all by itself, pretty stripped down. There's one in particular I want to try to find, and maybe I don't have marked, that's a little bit more indicative of some of his approach on landscape stuff. He'd throw in some, Vivian Meyer type street snaps.
Are these the ones Women Lost in Thought? Is that the series?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, it's, more of those same kind of shots on the next pages. So he could do some of that portraiture work and get in close. Here's, we're fresh off of Koentjoro. Here's kind of his take. This is just Chicago, right? So a pretty stripped down scene with white and black predominantly, and then a little bit of gray. Not sure why I can't find this at the moment. Hold on. Trying to find these really minimalist compositions that he would do. Yeah, here's one. So, he'd go out in wintertime and just take these shots of weeds or leaves and snow, and basically have the snow, be the ground that he put a couple things in relief against, but, not a whole lot to it. Sorry, there's one page in here. You can edit this to be smoother. Know why I can't find this. Here we go. So there's again these like square little images where he would just have one subject against a really spare background, and really kind of pare everything down. So he's interesting to me because he would do that, but then he'd have like those overwhelm composite images we just saw. He would make things like these collage works where he would photograph magazine clippings and then just, compose it all together into these bigger collages. These are mostly of like women in fashion magazines. So he would do stuff like that. And then, he could also go a little bit more interesting with some of his landscapes, light versus shadow, and the way he'd approach it. So even though, a lot of his scenes were a little bit more mundane and day to day, especially for those of us who live in the U.S. or in my case, I basically grew up and lived the first 30 years of my life just about in these kind of environs that he highlighted. I think there's some worth to his work. Now, I didn't really show any of his portraiture. He took a lot of pictures of his wife, and I think some of them are quite good, some of them not nearly as interesting, but he definitely, there's maybe one more portrait I did want to show. I think it's toward the front. Again, here's when we talked earlier about street scenes and crowding. You see how he'd like layer up and crowd, the autos here, or then the bottom, just street city elements all together, to kind of create this visual chaos a little bit. Again, just the way an artist goes about life, noticing things like sunlight on water and what that looks like. It's basically a pure abstract, but we've all seen that. You're able to kind of notice these things. There's one really dramatic portrait that he has of a man in an alley where everything is basically dark except that figure. Yeah, here we go. Bob Fine, 1952. So it must have been some gentleman named Bob Fine, but that's the portrait. If you can even see, hopefully it's not reflecting, but he's, at the bottom of that shaft of light in the alleyway, really, really small. And, I've never seen a portrait quite like that before. So it looks like he's at least 100 yards away, probably, to take that shot. So, Yeah, Callahan, not one of the biggest names ever, but I think his work has definitely some worth to it, and things people can draw out. Yeah, if you've got any more images you want to show.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with your characterization. He did a bunch of things, and he did all of them pretty well,
Mm-hmm.
right? There probably aren't the as many standout shots that I could like uh, name, compared to some of the, I guess, like best photographers, but he was able to do a lot, and he was able to do, a lot of it well. Here's just kind of like, here's just a kind of like a street scene that is not just a street scene, right? There's something else going on,
Mm-hmm.
right? There is a little bit of a narrative there. There is, some interesting dynamics here in terms of just kind of like the geometry of the photo, right? It's not like, it's not one of those shots that stay with you forever, but it's well done. Then I remember with MoMA, you can't click on those things. You have to open everything in a new tab.
Correct. It's really annoying. Yeah.
Yeah, and you can't right click on the image. You got to right click on the text.
Yep.
And some of these, like some of the kind of like windswept grasses that he does, I mean, those are pretty good as well.
Yeah.
Like even making the choice to have these barely perceptible, black kind of, branches sticking out against what is otherwise going to be fairly, lighter, right? To just give some variety to the windswept, and also just give you a sense of like the strength of the wind, right? You just standing them side by side, right? You know exactly what the wind is doing in this scenario.
Before I forget, one more interesting thing I'll say about Callahan that I just remembered is, so he had been working at General Motors, just either as, a mid-manager or engineer of some kind for a number of years. And I think he really didn't pick up photography until his early to mid 30s. But the thing that inspired him to do it was attending a lecture and a workshop of sorts from Ansel Adams. So, Adams came through town and displayed some of his work and talked through his process. And I think, you have to give credit to Callahan in a way, because that inspired him to become a photographer, yet you would never, ever confuse his work and his style for Ansel Adams, right? So he's just somebody who became enamored with the photographic medium and saw its artistic potential, but was able to really imbue it with his own vision completely. Their work looks absolutely nothing alike. So it's not like he decided, well, okay, then I'm going to get a camera and I'm going to go to Yosemite and I'm going to take, pictures of the valley. I mean, he just he worked where he lived, and, came up with these things. So, interesting how that can happen. Your point of inspiration doesn't at all need to become imitation necessarily.
Some more grass, some more kind of light dark interplay. Here's a little bit closer to what you were alluding to before, right? Either using the snow as essentially the canvas, or here, we have the water, which is fairly still, but to the extent that it's not, you could tell just by the these like little wisps, right? They have their respective little undulations, right? Ink-like quality to that. Here's a close-up of what you were showing
there you go
in the book. So like we said earlier, remember, like when we were talking about the cityscapes, like, well, why don't you want something truly crowded? Well, like in some scenarios, maybe you do want something a bit more crowded, and this is a prime example, right? This is this is saying something about a city, right? This is saying something about that environment, right? You want there to be a little bit of this kind of chaos and overlap, right? But you wouldn't like, and that's the thing, like, to the extent that he has these kinds of cityscapes, right? They're not the entirety of his photographic output of cityscapes, right? You, for example, showed, here's an alleyway and this is the portrait, right? And it's essentially just like one thin, line of light. He has like some things that he does like this, but it perhaps like part of like a smaller little series or techniques that he touches upon, right? But this isn't, this can't be, just the only thing that you do. Right. There needs to be something else going on. Here's another close up of that light on the water. Right. Again, also like we're getting close to the realm of pure abstraction, but of course you would know that it's not simply because there's some, smoke or some fog going on. You have the title, right? You have just enough to work with in that regard.
Yeah.
Yeah,
nice. Just rhythm, to that composition there with the windows.
It's one of those things where you would have to sort of see like this would work well specifically because of that rhythm, because of the variety in the windows. Here's like another, like nude in what might be either an abandoned or some sort of dilapidated building. Right.
This is his wife, Eleanor.
Yeah. Here's another one that's almost, close to abstraction. And just viewing this just makes me think like, to go back to those like classic Chinese paintings, how close so many of them are to abstraction, right? And this is similar in that regard.
Yeah, that's probably all I have for Callahan. We can keep it moving because we've got several more we want to get to, but definitely worth a deeper look for anybody who's drawn to his images, proving that, you don't need the most dramatic, incredible environment to make, make good art, make good images.
Yeah. So this is Gordon Parks, who he's a Black photographer, and he's very much associated with, either, documenting day-to-day life of Black people, that sort of thing, some like civil rights adjacent stuff, civil rights figures. But, like you pointed out, he's much more than that, right? He's not simply about documenting one type of person or a variety of people in one setting, right? To the extent that he does have a bit of a genre that he falls back upon, he definitely looks at working class life to some degree, lower class life, but that's not limited to race, right? He has this series, Hercules Brown, which is about a man. I believe this is in Maine. Hercules Brown. This is his house. And this is a person that I guess you still have people like this, right? Where, you essentially do all kinds of work, right? You own a home, you're known in the neighborhood or the city or whatever, and you do like a bunch of different things. You could sell things, right? You could be, a door-to-door painter. He did some sort of like snow plowing, I believe. And this is like a slice of Americana that is, it's worth capturing. Let's see if we get close-ups on this, or if it's not worth the trouble. Here we go. Okay.
Yeah, and even in these first several images, I said it to you in my notes, and I think you agreed with me that a lot of his work has a kinship with Vivian Maier, which I find interesting for a couple of different reasons. Number one would simply be their lives could hardly have been more different, probably. Vivian Maier was a reclusive white woman who was a nanny to wealthy families in the Chicago suburbs, and Parks was I forget, I can't remember if he grew up impoverished or in difficult circumstances, but a Black man in the mid-century navigating civil rights era and all of the, the different challenges around that time. But yet, their vision of people and their view of humanity and the world and what they were drawn to, what they found interesting, there's a lot of similarity, and even in some of the presentation of these things. But this image right here, it's, you could be forgiven for thinking it might be Vivian Meyer's image. Now their styles are different enough as you look over a broader swath of their work, for sure, to differentiate them. But I found that intriguing.
I agree with that characterization. There's this one's very kind of
the grease plant.
It's very stark. Specifically, this one image that I think is maybe the best one here. Maybe we could just focus on that. So these are these are various people working for Standard Oil, right? This is the Pittsburgh grease plant in the 40s. Let's get a close up here. And there's like this mix of like documentary style almost photography that he does, but it does transcend, right? I mean, look at this thing that's going to come up now, like this one, right?
Yeah.
Very, very memorable. Like what the setting is, right? But even if you don't, or even if you do, rather, this is kind of like this. You're in this setting where you could almost ignore the setting, right? And you could just assume like there's like some sort of hell vapors coming up, right? And in the same way that when you zoom in and some of the kind of like more granular portions of that set of documentaries that Werner Herzog did, right? Lessons of Darkness, Fata Morgana, right? You get a similar kind of feel of like almost like an alien landscape, right? This speaks to not only just like, oh look, here's a black man working for what now we consider to be like a premier world polluter that everybody hates, right? It's not just about that, right? You could remove oil out of the equation, right? This is like a man at work, right? This is what work looks like, what it feels like. And there's also a lot of other stuff going on in the background, right? Like everything could be, all the specifics that we have could be abstracted away for the sake of this deeper thing that's happening.
Yeah. I mean, this one image basically is the working class perspective on the Industrial Revolution. I mean, he captures so much in one really kind of iconic frame there.
Let's see. One thing that I found interesting is his archive on Harlem gang leader. So this was I forget his name.
Is it Red?
Red something. But anyway, so like he's
Red Jackson. Red Jackson.
Red Jackson. Yeah, he's capturing. He's capturing not only Red Jackson, but also like people in Harlem more broadly. And one thing that I found interesting is, so first of all, I was trying to like look up some of the background here, right? So I was searching for Red Jackson, Harlem, right? And there really wasn't a whole lot that came up, except for interviews that Red Jackson later on did in his life. When he would talk about Gordon Parks and the work that he did with Gordon Parks, and how appreciative he was of Gordon Parks, and how kind of reminds me of when Nicky Barnes in that documentary Mr. Untouchable, where he ultimately says, I went to prison and I developed an entirely new set of values that nobody around me from back then would ever understand. And it seems like Red Jackson underwent a similar transformation where he was like, I don't even understand what I was doing before. I want my life to be different. I want it to be new. And he had this kind of like, it seems like a conscious feeling that the only reason why anybody, like, no matter how popular he might have been when he was younger, no matter how, you know, women he must have like acquired through his power or whatever it might be, he understands that his only real longevity left in life was through Gordon Parks, right? It was like, hey, I was immortalized here through photography, through art. And you know, it takes like some level of maturity and understanding to be able to say that. I mean, this is an excellent photo, like, even, you know, beyond like all the context, right? I mean, like, it's well done, right?
That's maybe, it's certainly in the top few of Parks's most famous images ever.
Yeah.
And it's of course, you know, incredibly well thought of and respected. There's been a lot of commentary on it. I forget where I was reading it, but even at one point, you know, talking about different elements of this, like that cracked glass window pane.
Yeah.
You know,
it's almost like an abstracted version of smoke coming out of the cigarette, right?
Yeah, exactly. You know,
like a cartoon version of that. Yeah.
The compositional choices there were really good. The sunlight on his face and in front of his figure, and the cigarette, you know, lit up. And the city, you know, the window to the city beyond, partly because the panes of glass are almost entirely broken out. You know, and him kind of looking out over his domain, if you will. So, yeah, I mean, it's a great image. An interesting backstory about Red Jackson. I didn't know that, what you just said, you know, kind of about his middle to later life. But this is it. You know, Parks was just wide ranging. He would go around and be able to get good takes on a number of different subjects and issues and people. This is almost an industrial version of a Koentjoro composition, you know, with the buildings layering and the smoke and fog. So yeah, I mean, he's got a lot of good stuff. Then it's really interesting. I mean, he did something like the Benedictine monks series.
Oh yeah,
right, which is like almost
that's the
totally,
other one I want to take a look at.
Totally different. I think, again, you know, people would see what we mean by the power of his documentary photography and some of the Vivian Maier crossover between the two. I mean, that's another really beautiful city portrait. The water there in the street, nice. Yeah.
So what is that other one that I wanted to look? Yes, the monks one.
Yeah, just kind of totally different from most of the other things.
Which one was that? Where is it here?
I think you just got to go back to his the main gallery and scroll down.
And MoMA has a very heavy site.
Yeah.
Very, very heavy website. So here, this one.
Yeah.
When we alluded to earlier about him sort of being, you know, he's not just a city photographer. He's not just like documenting Harlem life. He's not just there for the Black community. He's there to do, you know, a whole lot. And I mean, this is a perfect example. I don't think they have a full size image of this in the archive. So we're just going to look at it like this. But I mean, just like, again, like going back to this idea of implied motion, what really, you know, kind of like helps, I think, propel this photo somewhat is like, notice this like monk at the end, right? They must have been walking in a line that started from here and then turned, right?
Yeah.
Right. And you know this simply because of the posture here, right? It's unlikely that, you know, he was like going to take a piss somewhere, right? This probably is the a narrative of events as they in fact unfolded. You have that windswept tree that dovetails nicely, with
blowing.
The scarf, right? And everybody else is just sort of experiencing that by implication, because it seems like the dresses are a little bit blown out, a little bit to the side. But you know, there's a ton going on here that's just, you know, very interesting, right? And the fact that, you know, there is this kind of like not just implication, but also a statement, right? There is some kind of meditative element here. They're either reading prayers, and it's almost as if like, because you can't tell right away that they're necessarily, they're not the most like visible kind of like monk. Like, I think a nun would be more universally understood. There's almost like a little bit of a pagan quality here, right? And they're almost like praying in front of this massive, like windswept thing. Like there's something going on in nature here that they are, tending their devotions towards. So let's just look at
it kind of looks like a still frame from an Ingmar Bergman, like seventh seal type.
Exactly.
Type thing. Yeah. But yeah, let's click through a few more in the series. But yeah, just I admire him because again, it's just not the kind of project you'd expect him to do. Not that there has to be expectations or shackles on anybody for where they want to go with their art, but this, compared to the rest of his output, this is a nice break from that.
And there are expectations, right? That's the other thing. Like, and if you're conscious of this, you always know that, hey, there's actually a whole set of boundaries that I'm able to break. There's a whole set of expectations I'm able to subvert or to deal with, right? In some way. He also has a what was it? Oh yeah, the Black Muslims one, which I thought was worth looking at. Well, whatever. I mean, let's just go through a couple more here. So I mean, the Black Muslims one is it's a nice contrast to the monks in some way, but it's also like a nice contrast with the kinds of other viewer expectations that might be there, right? This could be a photo of nuns, but that they're not, right? And yet they're still kind of dealing with the same exact issues, right? Their preoccupations might be a bit different, right? But that's not truly what matters or what these photos are even getting at, right?
Well, just from a purely interesting perspective as a photograph, also that picture you just had up is a total inversion of what you normally see, because it's normally nuns, white women in black robes with white faces framed by all black, and in this case it's black women with dark faces framed by all white. It's a total inversion of that trope.
I mean, when I first saw it, I was thinking, like, what, this could be like, women, like black women at a church somewhere singing. But again, this is like we know only based on the setting that it's otherwise, right? Even in terms of framing, like, it is an interesting decision here, right? We have this figure that's obscuring the very front. Oh, here it is in larger.
Yeah, nice.
And I mean, they're all, this is another thing, like all of their expressions are, it's a mix of like casual, but they're all kind of like distinct from one another, right? You could tell worry and seriousness, right? You could tell something else going on. There's a little bit of playfulness in some faces, right? The variety is good. There's one here that I thought was quite good. Some of these are a little bit have like a documentary feel. But where is it?
That's a nice image.
Yeah, it's a nice one. There's a conflict and drama here that is, I mean, it could be prayer, right? It could be something else going on too. You know that it's prayer, perhaps given the, the setting. But
so that's a wonderful image. I mean,
yeah,
again, great use of just enough detail to give, a father and son in a bedroom. But yeah, that's nice. So, yeah, I mean, in the interest of time, I don't know if you have anything more on parks, but I think those images give a good representation. But yeah, very.
It's not here. It's basically a bunch of kids that are on top of a. Oh no, it's not here. It's in this one, Flavio.
Oh, okay.
So he went to South America, right? He went to Rio and took. He did a lot of photography and poverty in general, right? But again, he was not limited to one location or one type. I remember these being this is, technically and beyond, like this is pretty good.
Yeah. Nice.
There is a kind of like oddly, like some of the kind of like surrealist distortionary stuff that we saw earlier. This has that quality. I mean, like after a while, it's like, all right, how do you show poverty without showing the same shit again and again, right? And here's one solution, right?
Yeah, it's like his version of Francesca Woodman's wallpaper cover up. Is use this magazine to. It's a child, right? So then it's like this ugly, distorted man's face that's torn from the magazine cover across it. I mean, I've never seen this image of his. I'm impressed by that.
Yeah. I remember this one stuck out when I was looking at them. Some of these, again, a bit more, but I didn't even see that in the background, right? We have that famous statue, just almost completely occluded by fog. There was this one of this funeral. Oh, I guess it's not here either. Anyway, it's just a bunch of kids like standing over, and all their postures are different. There's like a mix of like impatience and other things. This one photo I wanted to discuss. I mean, we could sort of see it now already. Let's see. Hopefully it's here. Yeah, this one of basically a woman. I believe this was in Georgia. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I forget the context, but here's a woman in her apartment, and there's this photo of FDR, right? And the thing is, it's like, okay, so if you know that it's FDR, you get to have those additional layers. Like, okay, she might have like really respected FDR. Maybe she was one of those voters in 1936 that decided to just completely, or maybe it was 1932, to completely switch over, en masse to the Democratic Party because of FDR's work policies and because of his, expansion of the welfare state. But even if you don't know that this is FDR, it's still an interesting dynamic. Why does this, Black woman in this kind of like dilapidated looking place, why does she have such a large photo of this white man in this setting that we know is like in the, it's going to be like in the 40s or 50s or something, right? Or 60s, who knows?
Yeah, the still segregated American South.
Yeah, exactly. And capturing her specifically through the glass against this here.
Yeah.
Right. This isn't even like a huge mirror or anything. It's just like large enough, I guess, for her purposes. There's a lot of. I'm sure he understood the kind of like poetry inherent in some of those dynamics, right? And this is not just capturing a Black experience, right? This is This is definitely going beyond that a little bit into, other like psychological questions and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Do you have anything else that you wanted to look at from his work, or should we move on?
No, let's keep going. That's a good slice.
Okay. So we have this Sebastiao Selgado.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully I can easily find, I see this almost looks like a placeholder image.
Yeah. Should be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Should be
On
down
the
at the
bottom.
bottom.
Yeah.
You
The bottom.
can
Yeah.
click through these. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So a few that stuck out to me as I was,
as you're pulling them up, I'll give a quick intro on him. Salgado is probably one of the best known photographers today. He's been sort of at photography's peak, certainly in terms of global affairs and documentary style photography for a few decades. He trained as an economist in Brazil, and I think was living in London. Maybe he was at the London School of Economics for some final schooling or something like that. But he ended up interested in photography while he was there, and took maybe one or two assignments to do some documentary work, and just got the bug and never left, so to speak. So he's another one with a pretty broad range of locales and people groups. I think generally, his style stays somewhat consistent, though, because he's not, going to show you landscapes along with cities, along with people. I mean, maybe it all kind of blends in, but he really does stay focused on the human element of almost any given place or story. I think he's done, a couple other projects, like maybe following the trail of coffee, from origin to cup, or so he did like a book like that a few years ago or something. But his best stuff is this, where you've got humans in the frame, and I think we'll get to it in a minute, but particularly the Serra Palata mines images are just pretty incredible. But
this one is titled Children's Games.
Yeah, with
right?
Bones,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, and you see bones, like you see like stuff from the spine.
Yeah.
That itself is a kind of common. I mean, look, you would see, like, I guess photographs often enough of like documentary style. Let's look at children at play. This does offer an additional kind of like element to it, and it is so kind of chaotic and complicated that you think that, all right, they must really have like set up a fairly like little bit of a complex game, right, to make this work.
Yeah.
To keep it interesting, given like maybe like a lack of other things to do.
Mm-hmm.
Here is this is like some sort of like gun sale, right? Which it's interesting, like given the title, like this is if it's a sale going on, if this is voluntary, there is still this feeling of there's like some kind of aggression happening, right?
Mm-hmm.
So again, even in terms of like a documentary style, a little bit more layers than you would normally get.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here are the mines.
Yeah. So these were images from, again, the mid-century in Brazil, but he has a whole series of these, both, some that are really wide angle, panned out, like this one, where you get a lot in the frame. And then he's also very effective with some we'll see in a minute, where he crops in and zooms on individual elements. But yeah, these just feel monumental to me. Like you said in your comments to me when we were going back and forth and you were looking at his stuff preparing for the show, it's just, it goes beyond your typical crisis, human suffering type documentation. There's there's more richness, there's more detail, there's just more that's going on. And then, yeah, he'll give you these, these kind of intimate moments on the side, this one, or the boys playing games, or, what have you. But, yeah, human faces, human experience, always at the forefront, especially of the poor and working class, or maybe entirely. I don't know that he's got any photos of, society type people. I don't think he does. I've never seen any.
Yeah, here's another one, a little bit more of a, another like crisis type photo from Iraq.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, I mean, what comes to mind to me, even from the first time I saw these a few years ago, is it feels almost like he managed to find a way to document the building of the pyramids in Egypt, because this, like, in my mind, this is always how I've envisioned something like that looking as well. Just chaos, absolute chaos, all kinds of, essentially slave labor, in these horrid conditions, and incredibly dangerous. I mean, any one of these little like cuts into the rock that they're supposed to be standing on, I mean, it just looks like the whole thing could give way, and every one of them could fall and die at any minute. These ladders are so rickety, and
it's
carrying
like
heavy weights,
up,
on their shoulder. I mean, this looks like hell, right? A documentary of hell.
You see like the mountain, like almost kind of like, eating some of their heads. Like here, you have to like sort of make out to see the difference between like a head and an arm versus like a mountain, right? They are essentially being swallowed up by this setting.
Yeah. And I think he makes smart choices on these because, and again, I don't know for sure, I've not looked at his entire catalog of work, but he might have some closer up headshots or standard portraits of some of these workers. But I think that's often how you have these kinds of topics approached, is, to like try to get to know or talk to a couple of the people and ask them about their experience. Oh, it's terrible. Like, hey, can I take your picture? And you're supposed to, see it in their eyes, how bad things are or whatever. But, this, to me, for a topic like this, it accomplishes a lot more. It's just one frame. You don't, we would welcome the chance to, I guess, know or hear the stories of any one of these individual people, but by seeing how many people are involved in this and the way that, they're having to live their lives day to day doing this kind of thing is really overwhelming. And I think drives home, the situation here. So, yeah, this one, it's like droves of people pouring down into every crevice. I mean, that's wild, Look at those ladders. How are those ladders even up?
Any place that you could physically stand on is occupied now.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And again, this does a better job than like, zooming in on one person who fell and broke their leg and like showing their broken leg. Like you can extrapolate that from this, right? Like with the crisis is this picture. We know what the end results are going to be from this kind of a work environment. And yet, this one image does so much work for us. But it's just an incredible frame.
Yeah, and in the back, it's, you can't even tell anymore whether this is going to be fog or whether this is dust being kicked up.
It could be a war siege, right? I mean, you don't know. There is enough ambiguity, even though we generally know what it is. If it didn't have a title or a time,
this is a Bosch painting, right? Like, like when you get to those extremely detailed ones with all the little, people and all the kind of like, hellish things going on. I mean, that's why I guess why I've never really been as an adult too drawn to like high fantasy and stuff like that, because it's like there's so much fantasy in the real world. If you look around, like it's really there, right? You don't need the symbolism. You need to simply, you just simply need to look. Here's one that has that kind of like Alexei Titarenko feeling to it, right?
Yeah.
Except, Titarenko, the sense is like hopelessness, but here is just more so a focus on the utter, let's pack everybody in.
Crowds,
there is insufficient space. There are things that need to happen, and you're doing this, at the behest of someone else. Whereas with like Titarenko, it's like, these souls that are, aimlessly kind of walking about, not even sure what they're doing.
Wow. Yeah, I don't know that I've paused before to really look at this one, but it's a very strong impression of that place.
Yeah. Here's another one, covered in oil. Although again, compared to the Gordon Parks, though, given the fact that we are sort of given the entire context here, right? There's not so much, for the mind to work on. I feel like the Gordon Parks version of this is better, right? Because again, there's more abstraction. There's more. This is exactly what you have to go through.
Yeah, I agree. But this is still a really good image, though. Like the shower of oil, the rain of oil that's coming down on them, and especially that smaller character to the right, like the resignation of his bent head, and then this guy with the upturned palms. That's pretty wild work conditions, but. Yeah, I'd give the edge to Parks, same as you, but still a good image there.
Yeah, this is the one that I was. I thought that Parks did it, but
oh, I gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's it's a funeral scene. You have like a couple of kids that are trying to be very kind of serious, right, and dignified. Others are kind of, maybe they're bored, maybe there's something else going on, maybe they've seen this and have been a part of so many of these kinds of funerals that it's kind of like this like, again, quality, and just like in terms of like just just purely the photo itself, the variety really makes it work pretty nicely. The fact that we have like, crosses, then you get like this cross that is, almost, like empty, right? It, like behind it is just the sky or whatever. There's enough here, or like, a cross here in this part of it.
Maybe that's a little chapel building or something.
Yeah.
I haven't seen this one before, but again, nice. We've talked about it with other photographers in the past. Nice rhythm to this. It's a totally different setup and posit than someone like a Fan Ho, but there's some things that are reminding me of the same way he would approach rhythmic elements in some of his work. To have these people all nicely, kind of differently placed, and then the crosses and the whatever these are, tombstones or. Mausoleums or whatever, but
rhythm in general is kind of underrated in terms of its kind of a connection to the arts more broadly. There's a most obvious one of the music, right? But then you get to poetry. Like I remember, like, how many times have I read a Wallace Stevens poem for the first time, and before I even get to like the end of the first stanza, or if it's like a multi-page poem, before I even get to the end of the first page, you sometimes could tell right away, like, that it's going to be a great fucking poem, simply on account of the rhythm, simply on account of how, the music is so carefully engineered. And you think like, okay, well, if it works in music, how does that apply to poetry? How would it apply to photography, right? All these, a lot of the reasons why we're doing these kinds of shows and covering these diverse topics is, no matter what kind of artist you are, you should be able to extract a lot of value from whether it's film, photography, painting, poetry versus prose versus whatever, you should be able to see these underlying connections. And if you don't, you probably wouldn't really be able to be an artist, even if you try, right? So like thinking about how these connections are forged is, I think, is pretty important.
Mm-hmm. These all toddlers.
Yeah. So, I mean, sort of unexpected, I guess, in the sense that you don't normally have a cityscape with something that's going on, but it still has I guess, bit of a documentary quality to it, as opposed to maybe some of the other ones, which kind of like are a bit more timeless.
Yeah.
And here's this one that I enjoyed immensely. It's a wood delivery to some village.
Yeah.
Right. And it's still work, and yet it's against this backdrop, right? So it's almost as if because like you don't know where this road is heading. You don't see anything. You have this like pretty wonderful landscape in the back, right? So it's like work that's been abstracted away from something more kind of tangible, which is another good choice. And here's, I guess, like the last mine image.
Yeah. I mean, the left-hand side of that, especially with the workers, coming back down, they almost look skeletal because there's enough, density and volume in that group on the right that are, have a heavy wet sandbag or whatever it is they're carrying, right? And they're going up again in droves, and then it's just like this emaciated group coming back down. Again, it's like you said, it feels like a Bosch painting or a Peter Paul Rubin painting, where there's just figures falling and descending, and they all look sort of hellish, Yeah.
So Josephine Sacabo, we covered her at the last show, but near the end, I was feeling like we were kind of rushing because it was a lot of stuff to get through. So her work didn't get her due. So I believe you wanted to discuss Moments of Being was one of them.
Yeah, we can start with Moments of Being.
Yeah.
And, a number of her series have the same general like number of photos in them, and a lot of the same themes and feelings and presentation as here. I just think this is a nice, concise group to display some of her aims, and really what she goes for here. So, now if you go with someone like her, I mean, of her whole portfolio, and it's kind of nice to do her work right after someone like Selgado, because, he's expansive, but still pretty much documentary. He's not using any abstraction techniques really, everything's kind of out there in the world as he's seeing it. She's the polar opposite. So I think she only has one series of photographs, which we'll probably look at for a quick minute, because they're not at all bad. But her Sanctuary series, it's documentary, but all the rest of it is imaginative, right? And so she's taking usually a series of pictures of models, a lot of objects and found imagery. It makes its way into her work, but then she does these composite prints, kind of like an Edmund Teskey, right? Their work is somewhat similar, to create interesting contrasts and juxtapositions of different things, and really go for something a bit, softer and more romantic and more poetic, directly poetic and illusion driven, than a lot of these other photographers that we've looked at. So she really never gets totally abstract. I mean, this one is close, right? But we still have that female figure there in profile on the left-hand side. So she'll always give you something, some kind of figurative element to still latch onto. But, I think that she's a really excellent technician. I mean, the printing techniques to do these things, again, it's beyond me. I don't know how she does some of these. I mean, some of them I could figure it out. Like even this one is probably, I could make some conjectures, but some of them are intricate enough and complex enough that she's obviously worked at this for decades, and she's living and working in New Orleans today, I think, but she's at least of Mexican heritage, may have been born in Mexico, and has returned there numerous times to photograph, I think, as well. So does anything stand out to you?
Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting combination. I mean, it's almost like you said, like there is abstraction, obviously, but there's enough figuration. This could be steps, it could be something else. A lot of it seems like there is this kind of there is a kind of like a gloom to it. This also feels like it's from a house that's a little bit dilapidated.
Yeah.
Right. But she doesn't. I don't really remember whether she has nudes or not, but a lot of the context of these kinds of like older homes or whatever, instead of like sticking like a nude in there or whatever else, she would have like a ghostly image, right? It becomes kind of like much more of a meditative tone as opposed to some of the, more predictable ways that these kinds of buildings and these kinds of, shots have been done in the past.
Right. And to your point, she has a few nudes sprinkled in, but it's kind of few and far between. She much more favors, shoulders and up, facial, or if it is a body, it'll be obscured enough that it's not clear whether it's, clothed or a nude entirely. So that's an interesting, we looked at Beksiński's earlier with that one woman who, is totally dark except for just the slightly lit up eye on the left side of her face. And we get sort of a collagist's take on that here with that kind of solarized and geometrical approach here to this woman's face. So so that's Moments of Being. I think I had said Nocturnes. Was another series of hers to look at.
Nocturnes.
There you go.
Also, there was what else was there?
There was Nocturnes. There was Salutations.
Oh, maybe it's
Susanna's in one, which might be either in tintypes or silver gelatin.
Yeah. I was going to ask, like, what is like, for example, what is the difference between a silver gelatin and a tintype?
Yeah, so it's interesting the way she organizes her site, because she's got the breakdown between photogravure, tintypes, and silver gelatin. So those are simply just different printing techniques. Photogravure is, I think it shares a kinship with, or might be almost the same thing as platinum palladium printing. I know I've watched from her website some footage of her and interviews of her doing platinum palladium printing at home with like an old school hand crank press, for some of this work. But photogravure is just a more involved, kind of archaic printing technique with certain chemicals and developing times and that kind of thing. I think in certain instances you can coat a sheet of photographic paper with a solution and then you print the negative onto it and develop it. Tintypes are direct plates. So you take literally a tin or some kind of receptive metal that's cut into a rectangle, square, whatever shape that would fit in your camera. And usually these are larger format types. So you'd either have 4x5, 5x7, 8x10 or bigger. And you literally pour a solution onto the plate that's light sensitive. You have to drain it. I mean, it's incredibly labor intensive. You have to drain that off back into the solution because it's all pretty toxic and, there's fumes and everything. You get it basically just glossy, it almost looks like it's been oiled. You put that part into the film holder in the camera, set up your composition, take the sleeve away, take the image. Usually it's a long exposure time because it's just not nearly as sensitive as certainly digital sensors today, but even any normal film. But it creates like a really distinctive look. I mean, it's usually kind of looks like it's been draining and sort of I don't know. You'll see it, when we look at that. And then lastly, silver gelatin is pretty standard development. So like this photo right here would be a silver gelatin print where you just have standard film onto standard photo paper in pretty normal darkroom chemicals.
Mm-hmm.
And you develop it, stop the development, fix it, and wash it and hang it to dry. So it's kind of the most standard, straight ahead analog process, if that makes sense. They just don't give different feels, different tones.
Yeah.
Different things can be achieved. So,
so this is a sanctuary. Do you have anything you want to say about this? So this was taken in New Orleans in the 70s.
Yeah. So
in the 80s, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, we can cruise through this pretty quick. I just wanted to show it in juxtaposition with her other series because this one is just straight ahead documentary style in New Orleans. And, I wouldn't say it's her great strength. She's got some good images in the mix here, but, her other more conceptual work, I think is definitely where she hits the heights, but there's still some nice shots from her. Mostly around like the French Quarter, I think.
It's good to have range, right?
Yeah.
Even something like this is a little, I guess it's a little bit documentary, but yeah, this is one of the Hare Krishnas.
Mm.
The book that he's holding, it says Birth and Death, and it's titled Birth and Death.
Mm-hmm.
What is that? Holding a what? Is that a...
I can't quite tell. A rabbit or a...
It seems like some kind of wild animal, yeah.
Yeah, some kind of animal. Not sure. But yeah, one of the other things I kind of enjoy about this series is simply that it's of New Orleans. I mean, I've just not ever seen too much documentary style photography of New Orleans, or hardly any.
Yeah.
Chicago, New York, LA, London, these are very common, but there are plenty of other interesting places and cities around the world. So it's just good to get, somebody who's from there and able to capture it. Yeah, it's nice. So you can see what I mean. I mean, her documentary stuff doesn't have quite the same punch and power that, Parks or Vivian Maier or some of these others has, but again, it certainly doesn't seem to be her great focus by any means. So is this Salutations? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
this is a tintype, right? I think.
Probably. Yeah. So yeah, these would have been just plates coated with that solution and then exposed. So yeah, it tends to yield, this more drawing, painterly type effect if you use kind of softer focus on your images, right? I mean, there's also tintypes. I'm friends even with like a local tintype photographer. I mean, you can get incredible detail out of them as well if you're using, a sharp stop down lens. It'll like practically glow off of the metal just because it gives you a different set of chemical processes that are reacting to the light. But she subdues it more, and goes for these softer, romantic style compositions. I mean, that's nice. You can tell this is like the head and shoulders of a woman, but there's really not much there. Most of the image is black. It's just her profile and a little bit of her upper breast, but
this is something a little bit like what Beksiński would have done, right? Similar kind of like occlusion. Let's see, what else was there?
I keep scrolling down.
Is still life.
Yeah. So this, what's that one right there? I can't read. Go up right above where you are.
Opium
That one.
Dreams.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so as a still life, she essentially turns it into a painting.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
So just, I mean, I think one of the major things I would just draw out of this is how painterly photographs can look. And I just, most people, when they think photography, you think sharp, detailed, so on. But you really can push these to have the feel of a drawing or a painting if you want to. Yeah, that's an interesting one there. Okay. Yeah, it's just, she's very inspiring to me because you simply cannot achieve these things with digital processes. I mean, no matter how hard you try, it will never look like this. It's got to be done with these kind of careful artisan style approach, to analog imagery. That one's interesting. I wonder how she went about that. It's like obviously a fake eyeball, but maybe it's like and for all we know, it could be like a beach ball that that they painted to look like that. Who knows? But
oh my God, the amount of work that all this takes is just stressing me out. I'm very glad that all I got to do is just wake up and write.
mm-hmm.
Right? I don't have to like I mean, like if you think about these like very kind of like heavy art forms, right? It takes a lot of work to make something, as artful, as this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Since you're kind of like skipping the digital process.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's just a lot of, I don't know, a lot of beauty to her approach. I think when she takes it a little too far, things can get kind of messy or just a little overworked. But a lot of the time, I think she strikes a nice balance, and uses the advantages of the kind of mediums that she works in.
This is a very nice one. It has some of that, the earlier kind of like fog qualities that we were talking about in Josef Sudek, but
right.
Here it's like done, in a completely different way. The color becomes like part of the the same like skin sepia tones or whatever.
Yeah.
It's almost as if like the rain has been scratched in, right, into the glass.
It might have been, for all, I mean, that's one of the other things with these analog processes. You can sit there and, when it's wet, you can do almost anything you want, with that print. So, I think we can look at Susanna San Juan for just a minute and then move on to the next photographer. But, there's,
do you remember which one the Susanna is?
It might be under silver gelatin, actually.
Oh yeah, here. Yeah.
And this is just a little different because she goes sepia tone with a lot of.
Oh yeah, I remember this one. Yeah, this is good.
Which, again, you can do analog style. I mean, there are chemicals you can do for this, or you can just do coffee or tea. You can soak the print in that, and it'll pick up these rich brown tones. So who knows exactly how she's achieving it, but these have kind of just a different color palette and a nice beauty to them.
Oh, I remember this one.
Yeah, what is that called? El Vuelo?
Yeah, I forget what it was. I was looking this up and I already forgot.
Yeah.
The Flight.
Okay, Flight. Gotcha. Yeah. That's nice. That could almost be in the Koentjoro Minim series, just
Yeah.
enough there to
I
give
mean,
you something to go on.
even like if you want to like view this in terms of like, uh, almost like a literary narrative. I mean, the flight, right? Obviously the
Mm-hmm.
birds, but uh, there's a cross here. There's a kind of like with the light, there's almost this kind of implication of resurrection.
Mm-hmm.
El arbolito. I guess this means little tree. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's probably diminutive of tree.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, viewers can see, I mean, she's just bringing something of her own devising. It's just a different, I've seen a lot of photographers that work in these, a little bit more antiquated processes. And I don't know. I don't know that I've seen anybody who I've felt does a better job than she does with pulling the expressive qualities out. And on top of that, I mean, she has good imagery and good ideas, with some of the things that she combines together into the composite prints. So yeah, that's probably about it for what I have on her stuff.
Yeah, just some of these other landscape-esque.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. I mean, she definitely has quite a bit of range. I mean, she has the documentary style stuff, which maybe they're not great photos, but they're well done. I mean, some of these landscapes really are beautiful and clearly worked over. And just like, I mean, think about like as a series to put these into primarily like a sepia tone.
It says El Volcan. So is that El Volcano? Maybe in the bottom right.
Yeah, it's a volcano.
Yeah. Nice.
What is that? Wind, El Viento. I'm guessing that means wind. Hopefully I got that right. Pretty sure. Pretty sure. Let's just see.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, wind. So Laura Macabresku, someone that I was not familiar with before Joel brought her to my attention. Maybe you could give a few words about her work.
Sure. Yeah. So Laura's one that I came across maybe a year ago or a little more through Instagram, I think, and was just one of those suggested accounts for whatever reason. And I was pretty immediately impressed with her work, and the Anatomy of Melancholy, we should start there. Probably I think it's her best overall series, but she really just brings something different that I haven't seen from photography before. She's got very her work's very symbolic, and it's geared toward elements of fantasy, religion, and sacred text. Even the world of nightmares and horror and terror, to a certain extent. So she'll cover a lot of different ground, and her work stays representational in its entirety. She really doesn't work much in abstraction, or if we compare her to someone like we just looked at with Josephine Sacabo, who might even have some similar themes from time to time. Laura's working in a more direct style where she's just going to present, symbolic pieces to you on a pretty, well exposed, straight ahead, if you will, photograph. She, I think, works in a color palette that is pretty unique to her. I really haven't seen any other photographic work that looks like hers does, which is a compliment, because it's obviously hard to carve that out given how much photography is in the world and has been for a long time. And the last thing that she does that I find interesting, to some it might be off-putting, but she uses taxidermy a lot. for props. So the animals that you see, I mean, I wondered, before I really ever decided, oh, we should probably talk about her on the photography show. I just never really delved all that deeply into her process for how she creates these scenes. But I became more interested because I kept thinking to myself, I'd see like a photo of hers pop up in my feed, and I was just like, how does she do this? There's no way that a live animal, would like cooperate for this kind of a pose. And lo and behold, it turns out that I don't know if she has like a taxidermist background herself at all, but certainly like either some friends or family members, have done that work or continue to do that work. So she has access to these like taxidermied animals, and she just started using them and pulling them into her work. So she also has said in one or two interviews that I read of hers that she started out her artistic life as a short story writer and poet. I've never found or been able to find, any of her work in those categories. Maybe it's not published and she's just kept it to herself. But some of that literary drive definitely comes through, I think, in the way that she puts these things together. So,
what exactly goes into? Because I understand what you mean by these are very kind of, they are very distinct photos. And there's also definitely like this, they often look like, Vermeer paintings. What exactly happens in the process to make them look, for example, in the way that we have right here, right? Even if you look at this, this light, this like ray of light at the bottom, or rather multiple bands of light.
Yeah.
This is very much something that one would find, I think, in a painting.
Yeah. Well, her use of light is incredible. And to be honest, I do not know how she gets some of these scenes to look the way they do. I mean, in the reading I've done, interviews I've seen from her, I've gathered that she does, she works with older cameras and film cameras. So it's not digital. She works with she's Polish and still lives and works in Poland. And I think she works predominantly with like older Soviet built cameras, which are generally, like in the photography world, considered to be bad cameras because they're not particularly sharp. They're a little bit clunky and difficult to use. Once again, just goes to show you don't need top of the line equipment to make great work. So she's getting a certain kind of color palette out of the film through those cameras themselves. But other than that, I don't really know. I mean, some of the tones that she's able to get, and I don't know where she's shooting, if these are like old preserved homes in Poland or if it's her own house, or I don't know. And she's got a lot of different kinds of imagery, but yeah, for the painterly, Vermeer or Rembrandt style, colors that she gets on some of these, and that like soft, painterly look as well, rather than being sharp. And it's soft in a different way than someone like Josephine Sacabo, for example, right? Like it's still definitely sharp enough, but it really does look like a painting. I don't know. So that's, kudos to her. She's figured out something unique there.
And I mean, she definitely has the at least this series does have like a Soviet color palette. Right. When I think of like, especially like in the 80s, right, a lot of things just tended to look like this. And I mean, as a, we're talking about before this idea of like the dilapidated house, right, and the nudes inside. Here we have something else. Here we have like these, like a home that is very kind of, it's very open, right?
Yeah.
It's clearly not dilapidated, but there is this kind of like feeling of this, this like old mansion of some sort.
Yeah.
There's oftentimes not a lot of furniture at all, right? There's a kind of it's not claustrophobic in the sense of like there's not enough openness, but it might be claustrophobic in the sense that often like windows are closed. Here's an exception. Right. Almost like, this would be a little bit of a possible relief from Melancholy. And I mean, Melancholy is it's called The Anatomy of Melancholy, the series. And, it's an interesting way to get into a personal psychology, right? right? And you always have these like you mentioned the taxidermy, so you could have like a bird that's like right there, right? Which is why it's being cooperative. You have like this like oddly, like bluish tone here. Interestingly enough, like there's now a chair here which wasn't there before, that has like a little bit of like faint blue in the corners, right? With the top coat of the paint is peeling off, right?
It's the same room and almost the same view from that first photo that was bathed in yellowish green. So she's obviously either different seasons or different.
All right, some things have changed, right?
Yeah.
Some things have shifted.
Yeah.
Okay, so next one. And then, you have this introduction of a figure, right? Like, so she's not alone in the house, right? And the use of lighting here is really wonderful in this one in particular.
And this is her husband, I'm pretty sure, because he appears in a number of series of hers. So,
So she's modeling for all these. This is her.
This is her, I believe. Okay. Yeah. And then him, and then, for other series, she'll have other models, but I mean, and she is, from what I understand, deeply religious and spiritual herself. And it seems like maybe her husband is even some kind of clergyman. He's always kind of dressed in these like longish, dark robes. So anyway, but I mean, look at the light in this. It's like, I've seen maybe some other photography where there's a similar setup and some similar tones, but when she, the key thing really is that last step of softening a little bit, because you will see images like this, but they look sharper. They look more like modern cinematic in that sense, right? And you'll have like a lot of detail from front to back, but the way that she just kind of makes this all ethereal and softens it up is a really nice touch.
Yeah. And I mean, like some of the elements, like, so I feel like you would definitely need for this photo, something like these two figures casting this additional shadow, right? Like you have the shadow in the back here, you have somewhere in the back here, then you have it in the front there. You probably would need something to cut across this far wider band. It's a good idea here that she decided to catch it in a way where we have the kind of like the softest light and the more kind of like greenish tint light coming here, and it has like a different feel, quality, look to the other light in the photo. All very good choices, and the fact that this is part of there is a kind of like mild story going on, right? There's a narrative here. Right, and
room again with the door.
I believe she, like, I can't zoom in, but it does look like she has the hand over her face, right, in the middle of writing. And the only way that you could see this kind of gesture of frustration or whatever it might be, is because there's a mirror there, right? Getting back to like some of the kind of Vermeer techniques, perhaps. This is the only way they figure that out.
Keep clicking through this series. There might be one or two more, and then we can go to a different series of hers. Yeah, this one, so, I mean, this is one of the first ones.
This one?
That that one here. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That I remember seeing and thinking, like, how did she get all those birds in the one with the woman laying in the bed is the one I'm thinking of. Yeah. So there's like the slightest delay on my screen. Yeah. So here we go. And just thinking, like, how was she doing this? Because I know I knew it wasn't photoshopped. So, just trying to think through it, and there's obviously, you could say in a large sense, she's a director of sorts, right? Where there's got to be elements that go into this photograph. All these birds have to be staged with, the variation of their different poses and wings and a figure and the right light and the colors and all these things. I mean, she really is kind of both photographer and director and often subject in these.
Mm-hmm.
But I had never seen another photographer use an animal presence like she does. And I mean, birds are the main one that recur in her work, but she's, there are others as well. So if you want to go back to her main gallery.
Well, there's this one that I wanted to take a look at. It's called Inner Landscapes.
Sure. Yeah.
And I mean, it's also kind of like, it just shows the range. So we just saw the one that called Melancholy, right, with its own kind of like mini narrative. Here, I mean, it's also kind of like put together by this, idea, or perhaps a set of ideas that become a little more obvious as it progresses. And it shows, even more range, right? She took a photo and she transposed it to this, to a piece of paper. She probably did the same thing.
Journal.
Yeah, she probably did the same thing with a bird, I assume. So these inner landscapes, I mean, something like this, right? It's almost as if the entire upper half is a thought bubble for her.
Right.
The thought bubble being, this landscape, and then, again, birds always sort of representing something. It's hard to exactly say what they're standing for, right? You could tell that they're a symbol. You could tell that they're important. But I think one of the things I appreciate about her work is you could get, very carried away with the very kind of obscure symbols, or you could sort of make a symbol be perhaps like less obscure, but also not be so obvious, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right. There is like some relationship also between obviously the one bird here, right, and the ones on top, right? If you choose to view it as some kind of thought bubble and just cutting across her head in that way, fairly stark and memorable. This is the platonic dream of sheep.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder, was this also her own photo? I assume it must have been.
Yeah, it is.
Right. Same thing here. Like as its own photo, right? It would work, right? It's interesting. It reminds me of what's his name with the Ravens?
Masahisa Fukase. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Except an additional layer, right? An additional twist here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the campfire there. And cutting off more of the body on this one. It's the deer. Yeah, the wheat fields.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only fault I find with this series is that it goes on long enough that the idea wears itself out.
Yeah, I agree. We're like a third way in, and
it's kind of just variations on the theme from here. I mean, she does maybe a few more nice surprises, but
yeah. I mean, but that's the thing. Like, I agree. Like in terms of a series, in terms of a theme, it wears thin, but the individual photos are still good. Like this is a very good photo.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, any one of them are a nice standalone piece for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one with no head to the figure. It's interesting.
And some of them are like, she sort of becomes some of the foliage, like the tree. There's also that one with the branch, right? The birds are on top of that.
Yeah.
Here's another unexpected one.
Sure. Yeah. That's a nice one. Yeah, there's a lot of tenderness to her imagery. It's it stands out to me a bit. You know, it's unique from that perspective. She's very, I mean, I think maybe you can make the argument some of her, you know, pious, religious nature, you know, contributes to that, but she really does have kind of like a sweetness and a tenderness that can come through. But she also will have, again, you know, we haven't looked at any of them yet, but you know, some terrifying images.
Mm-hmm.
She really does run the spectrum. Click on the one with the birds, the candle, hold the hands holding the candle, and then the birds on the sleeves in the middle. Yeah, I think it's Guardian, the Heart of My Life. Okay. Yeah.
And we're obviously not going to go through this, but yeah, just to like let people know. I mean,
there's a ton there.
Yeah. So like from 2020, there's 2 collections, 2021, 2019, 2021, right? You go to like a random page, 2017, go to like the very end, right? She does a lot of stuff, right?
She's quite prolific. Yeah.
Yeah. I do think that a lot of the, you know, maybe more folklorish things, it has the same problem that it starts to wear kind of thin, you know. A lot of it is just kind of like symbolism, you know, almost like for its own sake, or whatever. But still, I mean, you have to respect the fucking work ethic, right? This is, you know, ultimately what truly, you know, is going to matter in the end.
She has some really nice titles too, like the Garden of Wounds, or, you know, I mean, she scores, you know, points in a number of different ways, but yeah, just, she's very, very prolific, no doubt. But yeah, so here, you know, you get some of the direct religious imagery with like the nails through the hands of Christ, but instead of being direct about that, the birds now feature again very prominently.
Yeah.
You know, and just the way that she arranges them and puts them together, or, you know, there is that a lamb, the blood of the lamb coming into this bowl. So yeah, I mean, it's like a little bit of a macabre take on, you know, what would otherwise be a sweet image.
Yeah, but it's also, you know, I assume it's the religious, you know, almost like Christ impaled into the rib.
Well, yeah, exactly. And that's what I mean. And I think what's interesting is that she, you know, as a religious person, she will be willing to like take some of these images from, or metaphors from the Bible, and just almost put them in front of you in a very literal sense. And because they're allegorical or metaphorical in and of themselves, you know, people tend to, you don't literally think about it that much. You're like, oh, the blood of the lamb, you know, believers are covered by the blood of the lamb. And she literally just takes a lamb and has it bleeding into a bowl. And it's quite disconcerting to look at, you know? Yeah. So in real life, when you put these things into practice, I don't know exactly what she might be trying to say by it, but like, that's it's a pretty disturbing image in a lot of ways. But this is Christian imagery. You know, this is what's being told to you as your saving grace, you know, and the power of Christ. So it's kind of I like the boldness of her presentation sometimes, I guess, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah. She also does seem to be doing a bunch of stuff that maybe it's not as stark or as arresting, but she does have, you know, some of the like analog kind of stuff that Sacabo did as well.
Yeah, she's got her own twist on it, but she definitely, like this, you know, she can get very very pictorialist with it. You know, this looks like a symbolic version of a Demachi, right? You know, some of those same pictorialist, chalky.
Oh, really... I didn't see this one.
Yeah. So yeah, there's definitely, she's taking some of that heritage and pulling it, you know, forward into the present in her own style. But yeah, I mean, we can. I know we want to try to start moving toward wrap up. We've got a few more photographers, but I think that's a good representation of what she has to offer.
Yeah, we'll just go to the end and see if there's any other surprises. I mean, she has so many series, right? Like going back to 2017,
Yeah.
those are not just like 15 pages of photographs or 15 pages of individual series, right? Again, you got to respect the work ethic. Those that don't really understand what this is supposed to be about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, she's consistently at it, that's for sure. And she's another photographer that
The burning
I think you
bush,
can
kind of, yeah.
Yeah. You can give a fair amount of credit to, because if you do explore her, her gallery extensively, and you go back to her earliest work, and then you compare it to her more recent work from 1920 and 2021, there's clear growth. She really has developed some of the ideas there's maybe seeds. This has always been I thought was a nice one.
Mm-hmm.
The dove unwrapping the body. There are seeds of those ideas back then, but they're presented either in like a slightly more amateurish way or just not as fully fleshed out. And then she'll bring them, much more, much more forcefully forward in some of these newer series.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I never heard of her, but this is good material. Like a lot of this is, I was going through a bunch of them. I'd recommend people just, sit through some of these galleries.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But we should move along. So William Eggleston, I believe you said that Ethan Pinch said this is his favorite photographer. Ethan Pinch, for those of you guys that don't know, I've done a bunch of shows with him. He's a UK painter, also has his own YouTube channel, which you could find next to this channel if you're looking for something to click on.
Yeah, so he, in our first photography show, in Ethan's comment, he said that either William Eggleston or Miron Zaunier would be who he'd call it as his favorite photographer. Zaunier is was really in the Berlin underground for years and years, and so a lot of his imagery is like pretty in your face, pretty it's just a lot of people from the underbelly of society, basically, that he went around and found. But Eggleston, is well known. He's definitely one of the names in photography. So a number of people watching the show may have heard of him or come across his work before. He was, I guess, lampooned, you could say, early on for working in color. He was trying to come up in the photography world at a time when it was still more or less you work in black and white if you're a serious photographer.
Was that like the meter of the photography world?
Pretty much, yeah. And it, I think it was just that, it shows bias of not just photography, but the arts in general, right? Things that have come before and become entrenched. This is what's accepted, right? We only had black and white photography for many decades. So color wasn't even an option. And therefore, everybody who would have been working, basically prior to the 50s, 60s, 70s, when color film first started to be developed, you would have had to work in black and white, and that's what the photographic establishment was comfortable with. And so, he comes along and works exclusively in color, and it took a long time for that to be accepted. And now, of course, there's probably quite a bit more photography in color than there is in black and white these days, film, digital, and smartphone and otherwise. So I think the other thing with Eggleston is that he really, the other reason too that he wasn't accepted initially was because he just made banal images. You can see it. You don't even have to enlarge any of these thumbnails as Alex is expanding the gallery. He just basically went around shooting all kinds of little slices of Americana and suburbia. And I think the legend goes that, I forget who he was talking to, but he complained to somebody that Memphis was so ugly And his friend said, well, then take pictures of the ugliness. Like, what else are you going to do? That's where you live and work right now. So go around and just take the pictures. And so, he started down that path, and then eventually it became accepted. So, I think there's a lot of his work that is throwaway, frankly. I think the main reason maybe it's still put up in galleries or shown at exhibitions at major museums is because of his attitude, a little bit of a renegade, insisted on use of color, so on and so forth. But he does have some good stuff too, and definitely, I guess at this point there would be few photographers that have been more influential, though, I would say. When you look at a lot of modern photography, it has some kind of harkening back to Eggleston a lot of the time. And so he gets credit for that.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah. So, he basically he moved around the South, and I don't know if he swept coast to coast in America at any point in his life, but this is kind of his style, is this early color photograph. So it's not, hyper saturated. It's not, it feels just kind of a little bit pastel and true to life. Now, that's an interesting one there, with the gun in his hand. Maybe his most famous image, right when I say, they're not that saturated and whatever, is this red room. I think it was toward the top of the whole lineup of what we were scrolling through. But he just took a picture at the corner point of there you go. This red room with a light bulb up at the top.
Yeah, I have it out somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah, and this was a revelation. This was like a scandal at the time, I think, in the photography world, that it was considered such a hideous image. But I think you can look at this and understand why it's a good photograph and why it's been enormously influential as well. Because when you think about the culture, even in let's say something like music in the 60s and 70s, right, where things were becoming a little bit more psychedelic or rock oriented, or just geared toward pushing into some new territory. This does that, right? I mean, I can't think of too many other pictures that would have just this starkly presented a blood red painted room with what looked to be, sex position posters in the corner, and the lines from this light bulb. It's interesting at a bare minimum. So, I'll stop there. I mean, what did you think of Eggleston when you went through these?
A lot of them are, like you said, kind of a throwaway, but this is interesting culturally. A lot of them are interesting enough, technically. Something like this, if you, I guess, situate it into its context, like 1973, when I think back, you probably wouldn't have too many photos of something this banal, right? If you were to look at some of the kind of photographic still lifes, it's not that you wouldn't have banal objects, but there would be something going on, right? Like Sudek had that Romanesque wall, right? Try to sort of imitate Caravaggio. There's that painterly quality going on. But this is just okay, so we're going to have 3 wires. We're going to have a light bulb in the center. It's going to be off, and yet oddly enough, we're going to have some lighting right going on here. Maybe it's from the camera itself. Maybe it's something else. Yeah. These are, you have some playback, here the black and then the white and then the black again, right? There's a lot of stuff back and forth that you could point to. So and you'd probably find more examples of stuff like this today, right?
Many more. Yes.
Yeah. So
I could definitely confirm that. I mean, especially there's kind of this tendency, especially in the modern day film photography community, because it's a hipsterish thing, right? To still own these older cameras and shoot on film versus digital. There's definitely a certain amount of pride that people will have with that, and almost that, if you take the picture on film, it's automatically better because it's a little harder, to properly expose and to work a film camera than to just snap a bunch of digitals and keep looking at it to see if you got it. But, that only holds so much water and stuff like this. I think one of my main strikes against Eggleston is that these are really easy pictures to make. Certainly today. Back then it probably would have been a little bit more difficult. I'm sure the printing process to print, color photos back then, before like inkjet printers on computers, I know that was more involved, and you had some, specific darkroom techniques that needed to happen. This is actually a pretty decent one here.
Yeah, I was just thinking this is pretty good. It's not an idea that most people would have.
Yeah.
To frame things in such a way to have these kinds of elements within.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. To just kind of like walk around with your camera, and like all you had to do was make sure you generally had the right exposure within one or two stops, and especially if you're out in broad daylight with even medium speed film, you're not going to miss the shot. There's no challenging element to that one a few ago of like, those water jugs or chemical jugs like splayed out on the dirt ground. Like it's just not a difficult picture to take. The only difficulty is getting yourself there, I guess, to see it.
Yeah.
But I think that's a quality that is overpraised, because again, especially amongst the like documentary and street photographer types, that's everything to those people, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, the Henri Cartier-Bresson decisive moment, make sure you're there right when someone licks their ice cream cone to take that pic, and whatever.
Yeah.
And some of that is important, and it can matter, but there's a lot more difficulty involved in thinking through concepts and ideas than there is just running around by foot and, I managed to get myself in the right place at the right time and take a correct exposure through the camera. And that's a lot of what Eggleston did, in my opinion. So he's got his merits for sure, but
some of the individual portraits like this, like if you have some of those kind of broader documentary style photographers, especially those that work for a big magazine or even for like the United Nations, you'll probably end up like going to like conflict zones or places where that happen to sort of be in the media, or you have other things that become temporarily, albeit, but they still become kind of fads, right? Like I don't think people give a shit about, Black Americans. I don't think they give a shit about Native Americans, but, there's a fad every once in a while, like, oh, let's talk about anti-racism. So maybe you're going to get galleries, right, that show, urban decay or whatever. But then you have, like his portraits are, there's less of that kind of inherent drama. And yet, these are people likely with not the same, hardships, obviously, as some of the photographs in some of the regions that we saw today. But there is some kind of drama. There are some kind of conflicts. There are some kind of narratives and stories. And oddly enough, you don't really see that, right? A lot of people might push back against it, but like, what? I don't fucking hear anything about the plight of the Southerner. I don't hear anything about like what's going on in Jackson, Mississippi. It's not that the phrase Jackson, Mississippi is not a phrase that I have ever heard in life anywhere in my lifetime. No one around me has ever said Jackson, Mississippi. Nobody thinks about Jackson, Mississippi, right? You'd see this on TV, right? You'd see this somewhere else. But there's some decent qualities there as far as that goes. So you want to pile through these two?
Yeah, let's go to Pete Turner. So, I said to you in my show notes that so Turner was working around the same time as Eggleston, right? There was a decent amount of overlap. And I just think Turner's the better photographer for a number of reasons. If we're going to talk about somebody who started using color film, well, how about this, right? This to me is a much more, powerful break from traditional black and white photography. Now, this same image, if we conceive of it in black and white, would have its merits. I think it could still be quite good. It's a good composition just in general, but this deep blue color, the stoplight, the reflection of the stoplight in red, these kind of things. I mean, this just packs a bigger punch. Can you enlarge this at all on the screen?
I could do this.
Yeah, you got to zoom in because you can't click the actual image, I don't think. There you go. That was good. And this is in a really well-known place, Times Square, yet there's no people, right? Yeah. So, nice subversion there. And, in Turner's case, I mean, this is what he was good at, was abstracting things, that might be somewhat familiar, and using really vibrant color to do it. So, this series, Discoveries, I mean, I think a couple of these are not quite as strong, but if you scroll down to the one of the skyline, the New York skyline from partially underwater, this is interesting.
Yeah, one thing that shocked me when I was looking at this, I assumed that he was merely a contemporary photographer, but then when you look at this is 1958, right?
Correct.
These are in terms of just like we sort of can tell this now, right, with hindsight, but since we have all the magazine articles and we have all the photographs and we have all the movies from these time periods, Technicolor or not or whatever, nothing quite looks as vibrant as this, right? Like this is much more vibrant than I would associate any kind of media images from the 50s. And yeah, you look, this is 1958, right? This is 1957. This is also 1957, right? These are right, and like just also framing like something like this, right? This is obviously out of the norm in many other respects, like just beyond the vibrancy of color. Again, 1957.
Yeah, exactly. So you can see why I make the argument I do. I mean, these are from the exact same time as Eggleston, yet these just strike me as better photographs and a better artist at work. Somebody who wasn't like, oh, okay, so color film now, perfect. I'll just go out on the street and take some pictures in color, and that should work. How about this Giraffe 1964? What? Turner worked for on different assignments, and he did make it around the world once or twice for different things, and his African Journey series, which we might look at in a minute, is chock full of vibrant images. But he took something like this one, the blue, click on that bubble is kind of nice, but this one, and this is just the slow pitter patter of a boat wake, right? But it's abstracted, and you don't know that at first. You can see kind of those mountains in the background, but I remember the first time I ever looked at this, I had no clue what I was looking at. But in interviews, he said it was just, there was this nice little putt that the motor was putting out, and they made this turn in the lake, and he grabbed his camera and thought it, would be an interesting image. It's incredibly deep and vibrant. The Lips series here, Hot Lips, this was for a jazz album cover, I think. But, that's an interesting take. Again, if this was like a Beksiński photo in black and white, we'd probably be kind of impressed with it as well. But that red tone is really interesting. I like this one with the Fence Here Road song. I think this is a really nice. He also was fond of wide angles, and so he really used it to full effect here to make this tapering of this fence line to that car that's driving away. People, obviously everyone has their opinions. I think this is just better than Eggleston by a pretty big stretch. So
yeah, it's not an opinion, by the way, people. We don't want to have you come away with the impression that we're simply giving you our subjective opinions. We're only talking about facts on this show. I remember this one also was the one in this series that really stood out. These two. So. Just this one's called Americana. So this is more kind of these are the colors that you would associate with. This is almost like 50s, right? despite it being 1970. Same.
Yeah, and again, this is the same kind of imagery Eggleston would have been doing
Yeah.
in general, right? Going around and these just different slices of Americana, but I just think Turner's stuff punches harder,
Yeah. This is a good frame.
Yeah, I like the one right below this too. This Texas car lot. I mean, again, just I remember reading him commenting about this. It's like he literally was just driving at night and drove past this used car lot in Texas and saw the opportunity for a frame. So you get this,
Yeah.
I think that's impressive to be able to come away with that.
And the sort of like odd, implications here. You have you have an Indian head on this, banal set of activities. It's called Last American Indian, right? This is what it has come to, right? This is what's been done, and this is more recent, right? 1995. Yeah, I remember looking at these two. People might get sort of blown away by the vibrancy of the colors, but I mean, even this, you look at the sky, look at the diagonals. It's very, very nice frame against the horizontals here.
Well, so here's the interesting thing about that image too, is that's not the sky. That's a sand dune.
Oh,
behind the tree. So
I thought the sand dune was literally like right in the yellow behind the tree, not this orange.
No. So this is why I love this picture so much, because that's what I thought too when I first saw it. I was like, oh, how did he get the blackness of like that mountain outline, but then the sky is so red and orange and yellow. And again, I was reading this interview by him where he talked about this, and he just cropped in close to cut off the sand dune from broader context, but the sun was hitting the sand at this angle at sunset, and he came away with that crop. I mean, that's just pretty fucking brilliant,
Yeah, very nicely done.
The ankle rings one at the bottom, is a nice alternative to a portrait in a way.
Yeah, kind of like the Vivian Mayer alternative to a portrait, right? Two boys standing along, and they're too skinny for their own good. Yeah,
and then the last section. I mean, these are all nice too. These walls of light. These are just kind of nice abstractions. But Volcano is actually one of my favorite documentary style series ever. So he was in Iceland. Again, this is the early 70s, right? To document this volcano explosion, however you say that. So this is a great image, right? There's a volcano erupting over this like quaint Icelandic, village. It looks quite nice. I'm sure it is probably a nice place to live, except for the cold. And so, he said this was like a 20 or 30 second exposure with this spew coming out. But where this gets really interesting is after every one of these images, he then shows you what it looks like today. So the first one here is 1973. The next one down is that exact same composition. He went back there like 20 or 30 years later after this eruption and retook the exact same composition. So here, 1996. So there you have them.
That house has changed quite a bit.
Yeah. But the next few are incredible because the ash covering the entire town.
Oh, shit.
After the eruption. And then the next one down is the identical composition.
Wait, how's that real? Did people just like evacuate? Is that what happened?
Correct. Yeah. He was allowed to stay to document. But
I see everything's boarded up.
Yeah, the town evacuated, but then the next image down, he got literally in the exact same position 23 years later, and it's gone. Isn't that fascinating?
Yeah, it's an incredible item. What the fuck? That's so much ash. Oh, now you understand how dinosaurs could have been killed by volcanic eruptions.
Right.
Holy shit, look at that. Imagine having that simultaneously in every sky all over the world.
And then the next one is the individual house, like up to the almost the roof with ash and the volcano in the background. And then the exact same composition 23 years later. So, I mean, it's so sad. Isn't that just a really satisfying piece of documentary work? I give him pretty mad props for that.
Yeah. These are all nice.
So, yeah. So, Turner's pretty great in my book. If you're gonna go color at that time, I mean, he just went all in. He went vibrant, and I think got some really expressive, unique styling to his work. So
he's still alive, I assume.
He's not. I think he died in 2016, 17, or 18, somewhere around there.
I see. So it's just like, it's like a legal email. Yeah, very, very good stuff. This is our last one. Yep. I almost feel like maybe we should leave this for something else, because this is actually one of the strongest photographers, I think, in this entire show.
Okay.
I don't know if I want to, I probably don't want to rush through it. And also, there's actually a bunch of stuff that Elvis, right, the commentator, recommended some photographers. I feel like we could probably get a third show all together. And maybe instead of like saying we're going to do 12, let's do like 6 and do it like we did in the first 3 hours, like a very slow bore into, some all these photos, and just kind of like stick with them for a while. Right. Because I do like lingering for a long time and just talking it through.
All right. Well, that's fine. I mean, yeah, Matt Oz is a really intriguing photographer, so we can save his work for another time. That's okay by me.
Yeah. The only issue is that I have like a pretty strict thing. I have to be out by 6. It's already 6:02. So,
okay.
But I mean, yeah, like this was a very good show. Maybe people could get a head start on it. You could always look up this name yourself and go through the gallery in anticipation of the next show in photography. But yeah, I mean, this was good. Next month, so end of March, we'll be doing have it right here. We'll be doing Steppenwolf, right? After that, we'll be doing some more Kurvanagit, maybe mix it up with what's his name, Thomas Pynchon, Gravity's Rainbow, right? Put these side by side, and probably piss some people off on me, but it's good, right? A lot of people, like I love, that's the thing. A lot of people, they do these hate clicks, and they try to leave hurtful comments, right? And they think that it's hurtful as opposed to what it actually is, which is funny and energizing to do the next thing, right? Because like you just think like, wow, like there's something else I could do that someone could hate me for. So after I'm done with Jordan B. Peterson, right, there's always let's take a big shit on Thomas Pynchon, right? Because that's we haven't had like any kind of like crazed literary types that are just kind of really upset that you hurt their like literary hero, right? That hasn't really happened. I guess we had a little bit of that early on when we had a positive review, I think, of that book Stoner, by John Williams. But for a lot of people, that's not enough. You can't just be positive. You have to be absolutely effusive. But it should be hard to be effusive.
All right. It's probably the big part of the reason is because pretty much everything we've talked about to this point, we've praised pretty highly. I mean, Charles Johnson and on. I mean, even things like Epic of Gilgamesh and Ecclesiastes, we've just more taken kind of an interest in those pieces and talked through their pros and cons. But a lot of the other stuff to this point has been things we want to talk about because we're pretty jazzed about it. So we'll see what happens in the future. But it's also kind of like like doing penance for I feel like I've written too many essays about people that I should have never cared about in the first place. So let's just put energy into things that you ought to care about, right? And serve as an example, for people as well. Yeah. Well, I'm grateful to you for being willing to do a couple long episodes on photography. We've put in, by the time you edit this down, it'll probably be a combined 10 hours of conversation. And that's just so far, because now you want to save Kema Mados for another time.
Yeah, but again, don't come with 15 names, right? Let's stick to 6.
I won't.
Let's like slowly go through all the photographs.
I promise next time I'll keep it to.
There's also other people that we want to. So Sarah Moon, I saw an exhibition here in New York City. Photographiska had Sarah Moon. Unfortunately, I can't find many of the photos that were at the exhibit. She had a bunch of stuff on like Coney Island, which is like, she's a complete foreigner, and it kind of shocked me how the way that I view Coney Island, growing up, in those areas, it wasn't necessarily like a very positive or happy thing. She captured kind of like what happens when Coney Island, closes down for the a winter or whatever, for the night. Some of the kind of like stuff like surrounding it. This is how I've always seen Coney Island. And she, despite being a total foreigner, doing like modeling and like fashion photography for much of her life, she pivoted to this other stuff and, captured, I think, kind of like the essence of things, as they really are. And she understood enough to know that this is really what the essence of, for example, a place like Coney Island is like. So there's actually a few people that, and also maybe go through that list from Elvis and see, we'll come up with like 6-7 names, nice, slowly going through all the pieces.
Yeah. But at any rate, whether it's people we spend a lot of time on or a little through these 2 episodes, I certainly hope people have happened upon at least a handful of new names, because there's so much photographic work out there, and there's a good amount of good stuff, but I think whittling it down to some of this really standout work is helpful. So hopefully people have enjoyed, and we'll have a little bit more in the future, but good work, good show.
Okay, guys, thank you for watching. We will come back with you next time. Please hit like, please hit subscribe, and we'll see you again soon.
Oh my God.